Hello and welcome to HBFT Gaming. I'm HBFT and we are back again with Warhammer 40k Mechanicus II. You know, I almost said Total War Warhammer 40k Mechanicus II because I was watching the trailer the bunnies linked just from the Summer Game Fest, and it's still in my brain. It's so cool. Happy Tuesday and welcome back to Mechanicus II. I'm very excited about today because we are finally moving our campaign forward to a point where we can actually attack our very first forged city. So it's going to be really, really awesome. Yeah. Hey, some Girk. Hey, good to see you, Jonathan. Welcome. High five and happy Tuesday. Oh, also as a small admin note, I've been contacted as of last night / this morning in order to preview some Rogue Trader. There's a new DLC involving the Necron, which is kind of fitting because guess what? This is actually what reminded me. We are playing as the Necron. So we get to check that out on Thursday. So I'll go ahead and remind the bunnies. Little change of pace, but we'll be able to take a look at that a little bit early together. So that'll be really, really cool. So let's go ahead and take a look at where we're at and where it is that we intend to go. Hey, welcome back, Karma. Good to see you. High five. Happy Tuesday. So as you can see in front of us, we've got Amuka. Amuka is our melee-focused Necron Lord, and he's currently outfitted as best as we can with all of a little bit of extra armor in order to mitigate incoming damage. And then we've also got the ability to dish out even more melee damage that can bypass defenses and things like that. If we go out to the world, you will see that we now have access to a Forged City Assault. So never done one of these before. This should be pretty exciting because we've been taking out Forged Temples and now we have access to the big one, Ex Veritas itself. Hey, Big Tony, good to see you and welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub for 13. High five and happy Tuesday. If you're joining us right now, we are currently just setting the stage. We have access to a Forged City Assault. Amuka is available to us, and with maybe some small adjustments, we can actually, you know, take some points and move them around, which is really, really cool. So it's like a free respec, so to speak. We can actually then move ourselves up to another point if we have some units that are currently out of action. So right behind my face, you can see there's a 2, I guess, is it turn? Yeah, 2-turn cooldown, 2 scenario cooldown before we can actually replenish our Triarch Praetorians, our second set. And if we wanted to, I was actually just taking a look at it. It seems like we can actually just move the points around and put them back as soon as they're available again, which is really, really cool. Yeah. Before you do that, check these submissions, assign people to do them. When you attack, they take that usually 1 turn. They'll be done by the time you finish. Oh, yes, absolutely. So just if you take a look at what Jonathan's talking about on the left here, you've got your critical on the right and you've got your submissions in green. These are like the optional things to do. We actually have all of our lords currently assigned to different tasks all around Kivrith, except for this one because I wanted to, you know, push forward with one of the critical missions, and we've left ourselves with Amuka. So thank you for the reminder. That's a really, really good point. ALV, good to see you. High five. Happy Tuesday. So I was figuring we can definitely jump into our very first Forged City Assault right from the bat. We're going to get 2 Dynastic Awakening points. That's for main tech tree. We're also going to get 2 Eminence points in order to upgrade Amuka even further, and some additional living metal. I must admit, though, I'm a little bit nervous because I don't know what to expect, and we are currently down some units. But that having been said, you know what? I think we're going to try it. And I think it'll be really, really cool. So let's check it out, and you know, worst comes to worst, it's not like we can't just go back, so that's fine. So we're gonna go in on Ex Veritas for our very first assault with Amuka. Good to see you. Hey Sven Roque, good to see you. High five.
The human hordes on battlefields across Kivrith. The infestation persisted. The Adeptus Mechanicus were fed by a crude, sprawling industrial base which leached at Kivrith's resources.
And welcome back, Goblin Crew. Ufisi, thank you so much for the resub, and thank you so much for the hype train bunnies. This is awesome. High five, much appreciated. Tryphon, thank you so much for the hydrate. So much interaction. Thank you very much. Yeah, if you're joining us right now, we're currently jumping back into Mechanicus II. Oh my goodness. Welcome, bunnies. Welcome. Light Angel, good to see you. Welcome. High five. If you're joining us right now, we're currently at the beginning of our very first Forge City assault. As far as Star Sector goes, yes, we checked it out yesterday. I didn't know if the bunnies were interested in seeing more of it at the moment. Big Tony, thank you so much for the gifted subs. If you could show some love in chat for Big Tony, that'd be absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, bunnies. I really, really appreciate it. It's been quite a morning already. This is kind of nuts. So thank you for making it even better. I really, really appreciate it. For those that are just joining us, I had been contacted by Alcat, and they are giving us early access to the new DLC for Rogue Trader that's coming out soon, and that's going to be available to us to check out together this Thursday. So we get to play in a Necron focused DLC, and we're playing as Necron right now, so I kind of see it as a good segue into the new stuff that we'll get to preview on Thursday. So it's going to be really, really cool. It was unexpected. It's going to be really neat to check out together, so I'm very excited about it. As far as Star Sector, to answer your question, we did check it out yesterday. I am hooked on that game, I must say. I just played it the one day, and then after the stream, I sort of just was messing around with the simulation and making refits, and then just killing pirates in the same system over and over and over again. It was great. So I'm totally hooked on it, and I've been watching videos and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, I'm here for it. So I don't know how interested the bunnies are, but basically the plan for this week, just to reiterate now that more bunnies are here, we're going to be playing Mechanicus II on today and tomorrow. It was unexpected, but then we'll be playing a Necron related thing on Thursday, and then we'll see how the bunnies feel. If they want to continue with Mechanicus II, we'll just take it in little chunks. That way you have a little bit of control over the future of what it is that we're doing. And then obviously on Friday, we're going to be starting a new Rogue Tech run. So there's a lot of new stuff on the horizon. So a lot of cool stuff to play with, yeah? We need a full playthrough of Star Sector. Hey, Anakitas, good to see you. High five. I started a new Star Sector campaign. I didn't expect it to be so good. It's great, especially once you get over the initial learning curve. I don't know if I'm over the initial learning curve, but I've definitely liked what we've done already so far. Yeah, it's a lot of mods for the future. No kidding, that might be beyond me though. And I just realized my face is right in front of the text. I totally didn't realize it. So let me just go ahead and bump myself over, and we will get into our very first Forge City assault against the city of Ex Veritas. So very, very, very excited to see what that is like. Yeah, could do 2 days a week of Star Sector. that would take a long time. Yeah. It would take a very, very long time.
Critic, what opportunities do your studies reveal?
Alas, honored Vargard, the humans employ little logic in their organization. It is baffling how they maintain an army at all.
I require insight, not a litany of your ignorance.
Oh wow, such smackdown against the lesser servants out here, yeah.
Of course.
Oh, that's awesome.
I have identified a particular manufacturing nest which supplies primitive munitions to a swathe of the Skitari lines. Its loss will strangle their capacity for sustained combat, but our legions might surely drive them back in hapless disarray.
The Royal Guard is ideally placed to sever this link in the human chain. Dispatch them immediately.
Okay, so we are attacking Ex Veritas. Apparently, we are queued up and ready to do one big attack. I have a feeling it's not going to be like the regular missions where you actually have different types of events in between. I have a feeling it's just straight out assault. We get a lot of rewards for it, but I would assume high risk, high reward, and all of that. Hey, Goblin Crew, thank you so much for the gifted subs. If you show some love in chat for Goblin Crew, that'd be amazing. Thank you so much for supporting the bunnies. Always appreciate it, yeah? It has Star Control vibes over Star Sector. It's best be 2 straight days each, like Friday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. Wait, wouldn't that be not next to each other? You mean like just straight days, not necessarily contiguous? Because Friday and Tuesday are separate, aren't they? And Friday we usually play Battletech, I think. But good suggestions. I will keep it in mind. I'll keep it in mind. If the bunnies seem to like both enough and they want to, you know, split it up, then I don't mind. I don't mind at all. So thank you for the suggestions. I'll consider it. Appreciate it. All right, so to get in, we have our vigilance meter. I probably don't want to fight more than whatever it is that we have to fight, because it says prepare for a hard battle. So living metals reward focused. I've been doing that every single time. Maybe I should actually boost our dominion level so that we start a little bit deeper into our, you know, dominion snowball, so to speak. We won't get as much living metal, but 5's okay, I think. So let's go ahead and proceed. What's kind of... Oh, interesting. So one thing I'm noticing right off the bat, we actually had one Triarch Praetorian taken out and they're still in recovery. I was thinking that this just would not be available as a whole, but we can actually get one Triarch Praetorian for one capacity. Do you see what I'm talking about? So this one on the bottom, you see this number capacity is 2 because you get 2 of them, and this one it's 1 because you only get 1 out of the 2. It's nice that they adjusted. I just assumed that this is a whole unit and you'd have to pay 2, you'd only get 1, which would suck. Or you wouldn't be able to get any at all. So kind of nice. Glad they did that. So I will take all 3. Thank you very much. As far as the Canoptic race, those guys are amazing, especially with higher dominion level. And since we're starting 1 dominion level higher already, we're 1 dominion level away from being able to use the Wraith form, which allows them to pass through enemies and deal damage. As far as between Immortals and Warriors, I would rather have the ones with the Tesla carbines because it can arc damage through for crowd control. And then we've got the Plasmancer. Do we have enough space for a Scorpec Destroyer? We do. That's kind of nuts. And then we get to choose. I guess we might as well pick up the Warriors, and then we might as well pick up Flayed Ones. Wow, that's a lot of capacity. This is a ludicrous amount. Look at that, 15 capacity. That's really scary, the fact that they allow us to bring this many units. Oh boy. I'm a little nervous. Yeah, meant Monday and Tuesday. That makes a little more sense. 1 attack, but stronger enemies nice to have progress. I mean, win 2 days straight. Yes, I agree. I would not like to break up the any sort of series. I like to do things back to back if I can. I think the most broken up that we do is Battletech, which is like once a week, and that of course has its advantages and its drawbacks for sure. And thank you again, bunnies, for all your support. I really appreciate it. So what? Oh, that is so. That's oh, they ain't messing around. What have we done? Maybe we should we have brought bombers instead? This is not good. Okay, so bunnies, all I have to say is if this goes badly, we do have a save game. So this is fine. You will need them. You can have all on at once. You can't have all on at once anyway. Yeah, well, I kind of wish I could. This is a little more than, I don't know what I expected, to be perfectly honest. Okay, what exactly are we dealing with here before I freak out? So let's see. We have Skitarii Vanguard. That's the irradiated unit. That's the one that applies dots to us and can expose us and reduce our defense, etc. We've got Infiltrator Princeps. They've got the Electric Goad, if I recall. That allows us them to drop our defenses, and then they can follow up with a pistol. We've got 2 Servitors bypassing our defenses. We've got a Vanguard Alpha, so that's like the leader of the Vanguard. They've got more Vanguard, a lot of dots here. Holy crap. Standard Infiltrator, a Rust Stalker Princeps, so that's a dual-bladed version. I kind of more scared of those than the Infiltrators, but the Infiltrators are not great either. More Vanguards. We have another Rust Stalker, 2 of the Pterodactyls that fly around doing giant AoE flamethrower luminogen bursts. We've got Fulgurite Electro Priest. Those I'm more okay with, although if they get close enough, they'll smack us with their staff. Endless attacks of opportunity. On the right side, we've got more Vanguard, more Rust Stalkers. We've got a Ranger Alpha, another Servitor. It looks like Standard Infiltrator, the only Ranger as far as I'm aware, and 2 of my least favorite Electro Priests, the Corpuscari Electro Priest that can shoot out arcing blast like Tesla carbines. Oh my god, this is something. Didn't I have a nuke around here somewhere? You know, a nuke would be very welcome indeed. It would bring the No Chill team from XCOM. Oh, that would be wonderful, NJ. High five and welcome. All right, so I guess, you know what would be really useful? The Plasmancer. The Plasmancer does have the ability with the radius in order to dish out 1 damage. I know it doesn't seem like much, but when it comes to all these Electro Priests, that's going to be very powerful because all of them have the ability to resist death. So if you're about to kill them, they sit there with 1 HP, and the Plasmancer will tick that HP. That could be very, very powerful indeed. As far as, you know, it's kind of scary. A lot of us are melee focused, so this is a melee army, and they've got a lot of melee power. Well, I guess if we had to do anything, just go in and go hard, right? Let's. It's time to go in and go hard. Like you either you go home in on a pyre, or you go home in a body bag. I don't know what's better, but let's just get all the Triarch Praetorians. We're gonna brute force our way through this, just absolute devastation. Let's wait on the Scorpec Destroyer. We'll maybe bring him in a little bit later. Let's. The Canoptech Wraith is going to have to wait till her Dominion level rises a little bit. So let's just go ahead and switch positions. We want to be in a little bit closer. And that's going to allow us to hopefully fly around the outside and start to attack the Vanguards, because it's one of our flying units. So hopefully he's going to have enough Dominion level by damage we do elsewhere, so that he can move and then actually phase with the Wraith form, extend his range, deal more damage. Definitely want Immortals, because we're going to be chaining damage into these guys, hopefully non-stop. I'll also get some Immortals on the right side, so we get some, well, I guess it depends. We can either focus our Immortals in the same place. I could have them way back here, and then that way they can poke up and shoot, and if the enemy gets aggressive, because the nice thing is that they've got Assault on the Tesla carbines that allows them to shoot whenever they want without ending the turn, yeah? You haven't seen their tanks? Yeah, I don't know if I want to yet. You're playing as Mechanicus. They jump in and damage areas and get 2 attacks are the ones I hate the most. Oh yeah, our Triarch Praetorians. Those are some of my favorite for sure. We have one more point. We can get a Necron Warrior and get a Flayed one. I guess we can go in all Wraiths. I mean, we can be ultra aggressive. Doesn't seem like a good idea. And do we want to wait one side entirely? Like, the left side has a lot of Vanguards. Vanguards are kind of, I feel like, Vanguards and Rust Stalkers are our Achilles heel. So the Vanguards deal lots of damage. There seem to be more Vanguards weighted to the left side. There seem to be more Electro Priests weighted to the right side. So if I can, and then they've got all the Pterodactyls in the middle. I almost wish I had a ranged team and they just shot AoE into these guys, but I don't have that, so we'll work at what we got. The Plasmancer, Amoka has to survive, so maybe I can keep a little distance. Who could push up on us and attack as the Vanguard? Maybe we'll slow our roll just a little bit. So what I'm thinking is, on the right side, they've got more melee. They've got a Vanguard, but it doesn't have the same range as a Ranger, right? He's got to get a little bit closer. He's got to get the shots. The Fulgurites, I mean, they are melee only. This Rust Stalker, melee only. This Ranger Alpha has a pistol, doesn't have the same range as the Ranger, and the Ranger's back here. And then the only ones who can really get out to us very aggressively are the Pterodactyls, but then they're going to be isolated, exposed, and we can kind of handle the Luminogen and the burning, I think. So if we maintain a little distance in the beginning, maybe we can draw out elements, isolate them, and then destroy them, would be my hope. Is that going to work that way? No idea. As far as the left side, I feel like we need more just absolute aggression. So if we have these guys in the wings, maybe we can draw this element forward, isolate and destroy, and then any of the elements on the left side are going to advance to try to get shots. They will not get any shots on us, hopefully, because we'll have tucked behind these big crates and draw them forward. And then our Immortals can either shoot at them and stay safe, or bump up, shoot, and then back off, something like that. So I don't know if it's going to work that way, but that's the plan. Wish you could use a Catan against these guys. Wish we could use any sort of explosive. Who's the enemy boss? Don't know if there is one. The boss is just the pure sheer volume of enemies, I think. And is that's it, right? Yep, let's deploy. Here we go. Hey, Reorcs, good to see ya. High five. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the madness. All Shock Boys are fanatical. Yep. Praetorians can jump in the middle of the blob and damage him in the process. Yes, exactly. Exactly. All right, so let's just do a quick mouse over. Just check enemy movement ranges. It seems like the Vanguard Alpha is the farthest forward range unit outside of the other Vanguard, and if he moves here, he shouldn't have a line on our Praetorians, barely. and I don't think he'll have the range from this position to attack the Immortals. As far as our Triarch Praetorian, I mean, he can get right in the thick of things, but I don't necessarily want to be in all of the melee, especially with the Rust Stalkers. They will absolutely decimate me. And the Plasmancer, he's got a decent range, but I think it's single target, and he can inflict defense down, which is going to be helpful on most of their elite units. The Immortals can't really get shots off right away, so maybe on the first turn, we just use up a unit that I don't intend to deal damage right off the bat, so I'll just get our Plasmancer, and then we will back off the line, and then just centralize a little bit and end the turn. That'll bait someone to move. So Servitor first, Infiltrator next. So very melee focused. Vanguard, there it is. They've got 3 more per movement, so in a weird sort of way, kind of nice. So if I get the Canoptic Wraith, we still have only Dominion level 1 because we started a boost on that. I'm actually going to get this Immortal. I'm going to back off the line and just shift left. They've kind of blockaded themselves on the left side in the turn. We're just trying to bait movement. Vanguard push. Pterodactyl hold. Fulgurite hold. Oh, they're holding in place. Kind of nice. That kind of works. That kind of works. Then it's 2, 2, and 2. So I'm going to get less value by passing the turn per turn pass. So if I move all the way up, all the way to the extreme, I can actually get some shots. And I think that's okay. I think that's actually okay, because I think we'll still maintain enough distance that they're not going to be able to push on us too hard. So let's just arc some damage through these guys. Nice. Okay, build up 4 Dominion. We only need 1 more, and then we can get our Wraiths online. Rustalker melee only. Dual blades. Princeps right behind on the line. That would be great if we had another, I guess, Immortal, but we're out of Immortals at the moment. And we gotta choose someone else to move. I suppose... No, I don't want to move the Wraith yet. Who do they have in reserve? They do have range, Fulgurites, and they did pass 1 Pterodactyl, but there's still another Pterodactyl remaining. I could just dummy move one of the Wraiths, so just do like a layup movement of some kind, and branch out to the right side. What's the range on the Alpha? He's blocked by his own guys, so I don't mind just sort of baiting off to the right. They do have dodge, and they can dodge twice per turn. So 2 more movements. Infiltrator in the back. Servitor to compress the right side. And then now we can actually start to, I think, get a little bit more aggressive, right? These guys have already committed, I guess, but the left side's surprisingly not as committed. I could get Amuka, but I can't do a charge from here, so I'm just going to do a layup and break over to the right side. End the turn. Their assassin type characters have the most movement at 7. Oh, the Rust Stalkers, they're nasty. They're super nasty. All right, so they're compressing on the left mostly. And then our Triarch Praetorian, I can jump out, get on this side, but I'll be right next to the Rust Stalker. I could be right next to the Servitor, but then I'm just allowing the other... The Corpuscari hasn't gone yet. They'll definitely get shots on me. And I just need someone to deal some damage so that I can actually utilize the Wraith form. So what I'm going to do is, I guess, start to get kind of ballsy with the Praetorian. Now, where do I want to dive in? If I were to look... If I dive in here, I mean, that's great because I'm right on top of the Vanguard and I'm right next to a Corpuscari, but he already moved. There is another Corpuscari here. You know what? Let's just dive him right in there. Or I could kind of isolate myself to the side here. Maybe that's a safer play and I'm off to the side and there's line of sight breaks. Let's do that. Let's do that. So if he wants to dive, he's got to move a little bit farther forward. So let's just come all the way forward, float on in, and we're going to dive and start to probe on the outside. We'll bring ourselves a little farther forward so that we have an innate line of sight break right here. DFA, nice. It's 0 to 2 damage range, so no problem. Now the Servitor goes next. I'm going to go ahead and Hungry Void. That's going to be +2 damage, and we bypass defenses. We'll do a Void Blade on this guy. Hope for good high damage, and then guaranteed 2 to drop and save us incoming damage, and we execute that Servitor. And now we're on Dominion level 2, allowing us to use Wraith form for our Canoptech Wraith, so that's fantastic. Ranger, the only Ranger. Shot. I can't tell. I think that's outside of his 5-tile range, so that's going to generate them resources. And then now we've got our remaining choices. We've got the Praetorian, and the Canoptech Wraith. Well, the Wraith is very tanky, so if I could either... The Corpus cards haven't moved yet. Here, if I get the Wraith like this, I could pass right through. If I pass right through, then I can keep attacking. There's the Princeps. Maybe I focus on the Infiltrator. Let's move right up. We now have Wraith form. We're going to pass through on Dominion level 2. We deal some damage right there. He's got 1. And then we can attack twice. Now, I didn't think about this. But it would have been better if I saved the +2 attack on for the Canoptech Wraith while we had the cooldown, because he attacks twice. So that would actually be +2 twice over. We'd get more of a benefit, but I didn't think about it. But at least we're at Dominion level 3. Vanguard Alpha is close range. He does the expose. That's extra damage against us. We dodge his electric prode. That's awesome. So we maintain the defense, and now we get the irradiated dot. Shot on by, or expose on Vanguard from Vanguard, and they're hitting for massive 4 despite their 3 damage because of the exposure currently on our Canoptech Wraith. So we're down to 4 out of 9 +1. So we need to keep applying pressure or we're going to get overwhelmed. So the only way to stop us from getting overwhelmed is to try to introduce new threats to the field. That's the Bunny League way. Ranger Alpha or get right in the middle of all the melee. That does not sound great, but I suppose I can at least contest the position. There it is. We have Void Blade, Vanguard, Ruststalker. Well, the Ruststalker is the nastiest here, and they can avoid the attacks of opportunity, but guns off the field and all. So let's nail the Servitor because it bypasses defenses. And then we got a guaranteed kill right here, and we drop a Servitor, and we're now halfway to Dominion level 4. Ruststalker Princeps. Oh, really nasty stuff. Look at that. So the Ruststalkers are the super melee guys. It's really gross. And what's nasty about that is that we had a irradiated debuff, and that will actually, I mean, we're dead, right? So we'll have to recover it with living metal or wait in the future. I mean, at least he's committed, so there's that. There's also the Skitarii Vanguard out this way. We could just push up and contest, get in their face. I could try to mitigate damage, or I could try to introduce new threats. You know what? I guess mitigate damage. Well, no, I get more value out of just challenging them here, right? All right, let's dive deeply. Just contest as many spots as possible. We'll take whatever damage we take. We're getting aggressive, so there it is. We just need to... There's a Ranger. There's the Vanguard. Let's hit that Vanguard. Crush the Vanguard. Shot on Ranger to drop him into an attack of opportunity kill range and end the turn. Fulgurites are melee. Defense down. Really nasty. Vanguard, attack of opportunity, but he clears, exposes, sends +1 damage shots, and irradiates, so we got a dot for 1. Really not the best situation. At least we've got some backup reinforcement deployment points and stuff, so our positioning has at least forced them to spread out a little bit, and there we are. We're in a nasty spot. Okay. Okay, that's... What do we need to apply the pressure? We got the flayed ones, but they get the most benefit by attacking twice when the enemy's already wounded. So I guess standard Necron warriors with some cannons and range would be awesome. And because, well, we've got our Lord on the right side, and then we've got our Canoptech Wraith, they can probably control the right. So maybe we'll just have our Necron warrior be in firing range right from the get-go on the left side to assist on pressuring them. So it's Servitor first, right? He's right up there. I don't have a way to guarantee the 3 damage. It's 2 to 3. I'd have to roll high to guarantee that we kill that guy. Or we use the Necron warrior for the guaranteed 3. We got to be a little bit closer, though, to do it. So let's be right on the left side and just snipe out on a guaranteed hit the Servitor. and then we can just move from there, just mitigate the damage as much as possible. After this, we've got the Fulgurite in the middle, the Pterodactyl in the middle, and then there's 5 health left on the Skitarii Vanguard.
I am the blade.
Well, we can probably take a hit. I was just hoping to be able to charge them, but I've got stuff blocking me right now. The Canoptek Wraith is pretty durable, so what I can do is... Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stay out of melee range, and here's why. So let's move here, but we're in a 2-tile line so that we can use Wraith Form and close the gap and introduce attacks of opportunity. We're going to start with a Trans-Dimensional Beamer, and that is going to potentially exterminate the enemy if they get low enough, but that's not what this is for. It's just to do the damage before we lose the ability to use it. And then we're going to dash in with a Wraith Form. This guy can leave, but I was going to buff the Hungry Void for +2 attack because he could do massive damage to something else. Do I care about this, or do I care more about the Rust Stalker? I kind of care more about the Rust Stalker, honestly. So let's just do catastrophic damage to the Rust Stalker in order to safeguard our Praetorian, and we'll just eat the hit from the Vanguard, although he might get 2 attacks of opportunity as he separates. So I am going to Hungry Void. I didn't realize this Praetorian's hours, I forgot. And now we're going to Vicious Claw with +2 times 2 attacks for 8. High 5. So we dealt 7. We got 7 Dominion. We're at Dominion level 5, so massive jump. And we've got 2 attacks of opportunity on his Skitarii Vanguard. We should be able to execute him. He leaves. He's down. High 5. And then they've got 2 actions instead of 3. So Pterodactyl is going to do the Luminogen and Burning, eaten up by the defenses. And then we got the Vulgarite Electro Priest, but I don't think he's enough movement in order to capitalize. So very, very nice. I'll take it. We have the Princeps on the front. He can push and start pressuring our Necron Warrior. Is there anyone who could do anything about that? I guess the Plasmancer, no. I mean, if he pushes up, then I'll be able to use the Plasmancer there. What I can do is maybe shoot him like this, arc through like that, and because it's an assault weapon, stay out of his range. So we'll just back up with the Immortal. We can shoot and then back off. Have you figured out what the super weapon is yet? Is it a Catan Shard or something else? I don't know. I sure hope it's not the Tesseract Maze. So that super weapon that we found, it had I think it had directions to another castle. But at the same time, we also found a daemon inside the Deceiver. So a shard of the Deceiver. So I don't know if maybe that's a super weapon. I sure hope it isn't, because that's a little disappointing if that's the case. But because I definitely don't find that to be very super. It's just really dangerous. Oh, nice. So they came to attack us, but they're burning. And the armor saved our butts. He tried to deal a ton of damage many times over, but the armor mitigated the 1 damage to 0. And he mitigated like 4 shots on him or something like that, which is just amazeballs. Now, they do have the Infiltrator. Before we go down,
I obey.
Amonkha can't charge in far enough, unfortunately. I didn't do enough of a layup, so I might as well get in there and do as much as I can before things get nuts. The Ranger Alpha hasn't gone yet. I could get right on this guy's face. I'm just going to put myself right next to the Fulgurite and the Corpuscari Electro Priest, or I could try to, group them up right here. I think I'm going to try to group them up. So I'm not going to pressure the Infiltrator right away. Instead, I'm going to start dealing damage to their ranged guy. And as they try to stack in, there's only 2 slots adjacent to us for melee. And these guys have to choose which of the 3 will take those 2 slots. And because this guy goes next, it's probably one of these. And I'd rather him be next to me than these guys. So excellent. Let's just... Obviously, we're going to take some nasty damage with the burning and stuff like that, but, beggars can't be choosers. Get to work on their big boss. Armor crush, defense down, shot on, and he's down to 3, and let's just hope for the best. So, incoming. Oh, nice. So, armor blocks burning. Didn't realize. So, burning does a 1 damage tick, and the armor mitigates that 1 damage, which is kind of insane. Next up is the Ranger Alpha, and then we've got an Electro Priest on the left side. I don't have anyone. Well, no, not true. I do have this Tachyon arrow. Oh my goodness, this is a 1 time per battle attack that I can use with a 30 tile range. I just need to have line of sight. Now, I would imagine if I shoot an Electro Priest, they're still going to live unless they're on death's door already. So while they're a good opener attack, it's not going to be a finishing blow like I would hope. I could use it to kind of thin out these guys on the right side. I could use it to try to prolong the life of Praetorian on this side, but that's a lot of damage to pseudo waste on 3 health. I can also help out on the front line, clear out a Princeps or something. This Praetorian's about to get absolutely hammered, so maybe I should move them before things go wrong, and then, you know, at least they'll be in a position where they can be recovered or something like that. I could get in here and challenge them right off the bat, but he's going to punch me multiple times. But, you know, that's kind of okay. Why not? Here, let's get aggressive. We can smack the Corpus Cari Electro Priest. If we roll high, which we did, we rolled maximum, but he has not utilized... Yeah, unfortunately, he hasn't utilized Fantastical Devotion yet because he hasn't been introduced to a death. So let's blast the Skitarii Vanguard instead, and then we'll hold the position and we'll see what we got. Does that not hit everyone in a line? I don't think so, but that would be a good thing to know. We'll find out. All right, so we got 1 in reanimation, 1 Praetorian in reanimation. Electro Priest executes that Praetorian. And if we were to take a look at the Tachyon arrow, it says bypasses defense, bypasses armor, bypasses dodge, but it doesn't say anything about shooting in a line. I think it's single target damage out here, yeah? So it looks like there is this Vanguard right here, and there is this Skitarii Ranger. He's going to have to leave. I think I'm going to execute the Vanguard if I have the opportunity. So let's just bum it on up. We'll utilize our Tachyon arrow. Oh, wait a minute. I can't target him because he's behind cover. Man, cover is very good. It's very, very good. Okay, in that case, I could bring this Fulgurite Electro Priest into Death's Door. Let's do that. I'm going to bring him into a bad state. Nice. So now Fanatical Devotion, he's able to be executed when the time is right, and we will end our turn. Skitarii Ranger has to leave. He triggers the attack of opportunity. Vanguard Alpha comes in on our Triarch Praetorian. He hasn't gone yet, so if he survives, I should be able to execute the Electro Priest. But, oh, no, was unable. We got another Praetorian down, unfortunately. That's a shard of a god. The Catan were gods that ate stars. They were the ones that turned the Necron into mechanical beings they are now and then ate their souls. The Necron were then used to fight a war against another group of gods called the Old Ones that were slaughtered to the last. After the war, the Catan fought amongst themselves and the Necrons revolted. They couldn't kill the gods, so they shattered them into fragments and imprisoned them. Oh! Thank you. Knowing the lore makes a big difference. So we have one of those fragments. I was going to say in our control, but let's be real. You never have them in your control. In our possession. How about that? Unless they changed the lore. Been a while since I read up on it. Fun and interesting characters. Don't think they get as much as the Imperium. No, probably not. But that having been said, the new DLC focuses on Trazyn the Infinite for Rogue Trader. So that should be pretty cool. You have a Finger of God. Yeah, one-time use only. But my God, it is quite a finger. All right, well, let's try to get in there. I don't have any range here. It's just these two, so we're just going to move as far forward as possible and trigger movement on the enemy's turn. They're pushing in. Rust Stalker Princeps really nasty. Gets a follow-up as well. Corpus Cari is going to start chaining damage through us. Fortunately, Amuka has defense to protect him, and then it's just us. We'll send the shot close by and then keep applying pressure by moving on up with our Immortal. Man, this is not going well. This is probably the... Oh, yep, they're executing and stopping the reanimation before he himself dies. At least they're grouping up again, and we still have some reinforcements, so this is still a possibility. We can still come out of this one. We do have our Scorpec Destroyer. Maybe now's the time, and we will deploy it right here. Can I? Yes, we'll put it right there. Excellent. Yeah, go right there, my guy. Do us proud. Okay, so who's going next? It's the Pterodactyl and his buddy behind him. Now it's probably time to get our Lord in there. We got our Canoptic Wraith. They can move to assassinate. That's always a plus. Actually, maybe we'll start with that just to push forward. we'll be able to phase through the pterodactyl, and then we'll be able to hungry void it up, so we get extra damage out of this, and then we'll smack. Ooh, that guy's fresh. Well, you know what? I'm actually going to hit the Corpuscaria Electro Priest just to do massive damage. So now he's triggered Fanatical Devotion. We can actually execute him. I think... Oh, well, I don't have enough range to do it. If I back off, we'll trigger an attack of opportunity. Then I can execute him. I don't think it's worth it. So let's just end the turn. Someone else will be able to do it. Yeah. You love the Necron backstory. They fought this massive war called the War in Heaven against the Old Ones that lasted hundreds of thousands of years and led to the Orc Precursor race and the Eldar being created. What's the Orc Precursor race? I'm not familiar with that, yeah? It's only one fight. You don't have to worry. That's true. That's true. I don't have to worry about saving somebody. Instead, we can just focus on execution quite literally. Well, our Plasmancer, does he have... No, he doesn't have the range to extend his aura far enough. I could charge in here, and I'm not going to hit anyone friendly, so that's a plus. Let's do that. So we're going to get Amilcar, our leader. We're going to dash right into this pterodactyl, smack him. Nice, good hit for 3, phenomenal. And we can even follow up and smack someone else like this. Up, there it is. And end the turn. Pterodactyl tries to attack back, blocks the hit with the butt strike with his rifle. Electro Priest defense down, and it is to us. Now the Plasmancer does have enough range. We could at least blast the Sicarian Infiltrator Precept, so let's do that. Let's do that. I want to try to get as much out of the left side as possible. He doesn't really need defense down here. Dominion level 5 target also suffers 3 damage, which is crazy. Let's go in and apply that. So that's an additional effect because we've got a high enough... Oh! A high enough Dominion level if we hit, but he dodged it. So let's come in with a cooldown strike and hope we roll high. And we did. High 5, maximum damage with the Plasmic Lance. That's awesome. Infiltrator smacking our Canoptek Wraith. Just multiple attacks everywhere, just not looking good. Ranger Alpha coming in on our Lord, but we blocked it with our defenses. And it's got another follow-up and Luminogen. So that's going to... That's a debuff that will have the enemy rolling maximum damage every time they attack it if there's a damage range out this way. Dodge this. Well, he did dodge it, unfortunately. Unfortunately, he did dodge it. If I come around the outside... Let's come up this way with our Immortal and at least try to execute some people out here. We'll get a shot down range and at least remove some of the threats. Keep building our Dominion. Wow, they're really hard focusing on the right side. I think it's because Amilcar is out there. Vanguard pulls distance, exposes our leader. Get the shot on. Oh, nope, but he executed our Canoptek Wraith. Oh my god. Krork or something, can't remember the spelling. Hyper advanced warrior race, more intelligent, capable than the orcs. The old ones created them to fight, didn't make an off switch, kind of just kept fighting without enemies. They degenerated to current orcs. Oh, that's degeneration? Oh, that's scary. Okay, so we've got a problem here. If I attack, I think I'm going to hit my own guys. That's problematic, right? However, well, no, if I leave like this, I'll trigger an attack of opportunity. That warrior's definitely going down. So who else can go? The Shorpeck? I could get a shot on, but it's not enough to kill. Who else can we shoot? I mean, probably the best I can do is probably just move up, zap him one, build up a little Dominion, and then accept the consequences. Probably gonna execute the warrior, unfortunately. Oh, no, he comes around the outside. Okay, that's pretty nasty. Our Mortal's pretty tough, but not invincible. And they terminate that unit. We're slowly running out of units. I have a feeling the rest of us can deal with the Ruststalker Princeps. If I charge in, I can't... Well, I can't really execute here. Here, I'm going to move to the side and just dish out the hurt now. Big hit. Execute. Beautiful. And I can't move after that. So end the turn. Ruststalker's the one with the dual blades. He's irradiated. And then we got our Necron warrior. We'll just kind of stay close because we're not outrunning that guy and just blast him for 3. And he dodged it. Okay. No, okay. Okay, this is still salvageable somehow. It's gonna be a lot of living metal or a lot of time off. Let's put it that way. We'll have to invest our points in reducing the delay and coming back if we survive this one. So we are running out of units here. Now, this is where flayed ones would be very powerful, because flayed ones attack enemies that are under half health twice. And now there's a lot of enemies that are under half health. So hopefully they'll really start to shine here. I wonder if we'll see some big tanks, artillery units. Probably. At this point, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Well, I should probably start smacking people with Amuka before the Electro Priest goes. If I sidestep it, I could get out. Well, here, let's sidestep one, get in a swing. Nice! Double kill. There it is. And end the turn. Defense down, but because we ended the turn, we were able to get our defense back, so that's awesome. After that, we've got the Princeps in the background. Ain't nobody going to be able to help out there, but I can at least move a little bit closer and apply our aura with a Plasmancer. Let's smack. That's 2 to 5. I'm going to give us extra damage, bypass defense, etc., and just hopefully execute this guy. Nice. Big hit for 7. That's huge. And who's in the aura? I guess we will find out if we see that 1 damage tick. Oh, yeah, a lot of them. Oh, okay. Plasmancer taken blessed, but at least it's not on our Lord, because that's not a game over state. Fantastic. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. The closest to a Croak is Gaskell. Oh, wow. Gaskell Thraka from Armageddon? That's terrifying. It's weird, because I hear Precursor, I immediately think of something like, you know, less advanced, I suppose. But that does not sound like that is the case. And that's a little scary, I'll be honest. Okay, well, let's get the Scorpec. He can be our initial tank. And he'll hopefully execute this Ruststalker if he doesn't dodge it. Nice, he did not dodge it. Electro Priest is moving the screen. Arcs a bunch of damage through us, but fortunately it's not too much. And then we need... No one's close enough to attack that Vanguard Alpha. Necron Warrior, Flayed One. Well, a Flayed One would definitely be good if we could reach. Can't reach there. Can I get a shot on here? I can. Let's go ahead and... We've got an assault weapon, so we'll hit the Corpuscari, put him in a Fanatical Devotion. Now he's killable, and then we'll back off the line and try to preserve this Immortal with 1 health and 1 armor. Vanguard Alpha pushes on Amuka, is unable to engage. And the last unit is the Vanguard behind cover that we normally cannot engage, right? So let's use someone who's maybe a little more expendable, like, nope, Flayed One can't get him. This Immortal can shoot and then move. I can't target that. So the good news is, if we can't target from here, we can actually go to the side with the Corpec Destroyer, attack and execute this guy. The Electro Priest is out, and then we can utilize the rest of our movement to move somewhere else because it's an assault weapon, which is awesome. Shoot and start singing, can't dodge this. Oh, Amuka! Okay, oh no, that's our Plasmancer. The Cataphren Destroyers are a menace. I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Let's just move as quickly as we can to try to assist, because this is getting out of control very, very quickly, and we need to just body these guys in order to preserve our Necron lives. And here we are. Okay, so Fulgurite Electro Priest first. He's right next to Amuka. Well, I can defense down that guy and deal damage. Let's do that. Nice. And I can melee someone close by and ignore their health. That might be what I need to do. I'm just gonna maybe like stand on this side so I don't trigger the attack of opportunity. We'll do Hungry Void, and then we're gonna smack him as hard as we can with a Plasma Lance. And he dodged it. Oh no, oh no. You had finished your playthrough on the first Mechanicus? I have not. I have not played through Mechanicus 1. Oh, come on, Amuka. Stay in there. Stay in there. He's got to survive or we lose this one. Like an army consisting largely of Scout Titans, the infantry were close to a Warhound equivalent. Oh, wow. What? That's crazy. Holy moly. Are they like gigantic orcs? They're not. Yo, I mean, Gaskell Thraka is pretty large himself. That's crazy. I do not want to meet them on the battlefield, please. I would appreciate it if we don't have to deal with it ever. That'd be great. Thank you very much. Talk to you later. Well, can anyone deal with the Infiltrator? Negatory. Well, what I can do, I could get Amuka. Can he move? Yes. So if we come along the outside like this, we can still charge and hit people. So I'm gonna strike the Electro Priest, bring him into a Fanatical Devotion. There it is, Fanatical Devotion, and then we will go ahead and charge and smack the Vanguard Alpha. Nice. Enemy down. Beautiful. And at least we'll get some defense back. There it is. Infiltrator. Oh my god, he crossed to the other side. I did not see that coming. I didn't even know there was a path there. This guy really, this like fighting in someone else's backyard. It's not a good idea unless you know the terrain just as well, right? Okay, well that's scary. And the last guy to go is the Vanguard. Okay, so we can manage this. This is doable. This is somewhat doable, right, bunnies? Somewhat doable. I like somewhat. Engage. Excellent. He's got one left. Perfect. Yeah, this is totally under control now. The Kroaks all had Terminator equipment. Oh, what? Like tactical dreadnought armor? Gigantic. Better equipment. Smarter by orders of Wow, that's terrifying. I'm glad that they did not last for very long. Please tell me that we'll never have to fight them ever. That would be awesome. Well, this guy's at 4 out of 7. Unfortunately, we'll only attack once with our flayed one. So what I'm going to do is I will just sidestep, smack him just the once. Now he's... Wait a minute. Hang on. Flesh Hunger. When attacking a unit with less than 50% HP, attack it twice. When attacking from behind the target, +1 damage, Dominion level 4. If you're Dominion level 8, which we are, always attack twice. You don't care. Oh my, wow. You know, flayed one definitely late bloomer. My goodness, I didn't know that part. It's so rare we get to that level, to the Dominion level. My god, we're really dominioning it up. You may have Trazyn decides to use his in a fight. Trazyn is the last known oh, what? God, that guy sounds ridiculous, yeah? New Fire Emblem. Oh my god, so many cool games coming out, I swear. Well, what we can do, there's our mortal, he ain't gonna get a shot. Skorpek isn't gonna coming around because he's not fast enough. If I want to preserve the flayed one and hopefully keep Amaka alive, let's just move the flayed one into cover. He'll hide behind this box and we'll see where this guy goes. Vanguard, expose. Oh, it's okay, Amaka's not dead yet. So did he apply, here's the thing, did he apply to our leader irradiated? No, he didn't. So there is no dot on him yet. So we still have a chance of winning, just barely. This is not good. I should have been more prepared. The war in heaven was nuts. Sure sounds like it. Holy moly. Bunnies, thanks so much for sharing the lore. The stories are always awesome. And I think the games do a good job of exposing you to the lore, but they're not quite the same, right? And I guess I kind of blocked us in here, so I have to wait here. All right, on the next turn. So they get... Oh, no. Oh! We were not prepared. Okay, new strategy. Got to think this one through. Okay, so if I were to do this again, either I would come in with range, or I'd be ultra aggressive, just push one side and sweep. Maybe that's the right play, yeah? And Amaka, while strong, has to wait a little bit longer. You know what? I think we still got a chance. I want to try it one more time. If not, we can always delay this until we've got someone with healing or range or something like that. Send it early. It'll get focused, but yeah, maybe that's the play, yeah. There's so much 40k lore, lots of it's quite fun. Quantity can make it hard to get into. Yeah, no, for sure it is. And that's kind of one of the cool things is 40k lore is kind of like different people's perspectives of the same happenings. So you get different tellings of the same thing. They're not all true because we have faulty recollections quite often, right? So let's restart if I restart the mission versus the skirmish, I think the skirmish is fine. That should be fine. Yeah. Do we lose a specific unit dies? Yeah, our leader. So when he killed our leader, then we lost. So it was in a reanimated state, and the Fulgurite, he was alone on one side, unfortunately, right? Obviously, if we had ranged units, we'd probably be in a relatively okay-ish spot, but let's try something. We're just going to be all-out aggressive just to make this, you know, forget about trying to bait them out and stuff like that. That's too subtle for the Bunny League. We need more aggression is what I'm getting out of this. Now, if I get the Skorpek Destroyer over here, at least he's got some cover, and he doesn't have his charge yet. I looked ahead. It looks like we've got to unlock the next tier before he gets his charge. When he gets his charge, this is going to be nuts. Because right now he just has to walk and that's a little difficult. So it probably would have been good to bring a buff like accelerated, which would give him 2 more movement, but I didn't do that. So them's a thing. I suppose if we wanted to, we could probably keep our Praetorians farther back. That's probably not bad because they can dive in after moving, so they can be far away and still close that gap. So maybe we'll just kind of have them out here, and we're going to be ultra aggressive. Just get in their face, just make it happen. Canoptic Wraiths, the Plasmancer, and we have... Yeah, that's... that's pretty darn aggressive, I would say. Maybe it's a bit much. We probably need to be more careful with him and aggressive with the rest. Yeah. Maybe I'll bring him back. I'll put a Wraith up. I will get a Triarch Praetorian here, and then we'll put him a little bit closer because the charge range is only so far, right? Let's go. Here we go. All right, incoming. So first move, if I use the Canoptic Wraiths, I mean, they're not going to get in range. They're not fast enough. Use the Triarch Praetorians. They're the only ones who are fast enough, but then the enemy gets to sit wherever they are, and they'll all hard focus them. If I get our Scorpec Destroyer and I move here, then in theory, he might be blocked. I go out here, I'm just going to get eaten alive. So I could fly out and hide behind this stone. That's a possibility. Let's take a look at their movement. Although, looking at their movement, they could probably... maybe. They're dodgy, so maybe that's a decent bait. I don't mind it. I'll go ahead and tuck in right at this pillar. We do have a shot, but nothing to destroy, and end the turn. So we're just going to bait out some movement as we approach and try to shield as much damage coming to us as possible. I'm not going to execute anybody unless they hard push on this side, and the only one is going to be able to get in on them is the Triarch Praetorian. I move out here. He is definitely visible. Our Canoptic Wraiths, once again, don't have Wraith for me yet. So let's just start diving in, because unfortunately we got to move. Otherwise, we're not going to get anywhere. So let's get our Triarch Praetorian. We're going to dash all the way as far forward as possible so we get as much range on the death from above. And I still can't penetrate the front line. So I guess one thing I can do is try to get in on their range and be adjacent to their range. And then at the very least, we're in a decent spot to execute them. There's Vanguard and Ranger. Well, let's Hungry Void it up. Get extra 2 damage on the roll and smack the Vanguard because the Irradiated is horrible. Defense down. Let's bring him into a... I guess we'll bring the Vanguard into killing range. Bring him down to 1, and we will end the turn. We're now in Dominion level 2, allowing us to access Wraith form. I'm noticing that there's a little RNG involved. There's a different makeup of units on the field. I just noticed that right now. Face Stalker moves to attack the Scorpec Destroyer. I mean, it's a great time to retaliate. We'll just tuck ourselves behind a box and smack this guy. Nice. Big ol' hit. Really nasty hit there, yeah? I'd love a Necron backstory movie showing when they were irradiated Necron to when they asked the old ones for help, to the deceiver tricking them into losing their souls and bodies of flesh, the war in heaven, finally the revolt, shattering of the Catan, ending with them going into their tomb worlds to sleep. That's kind of nuts, because when we woke up the deceiver's fragment, he actually talked about, like, I gave you everlasting life. That was actually mentioned, yeah. That's pretty cool. Most lores from the Imperial's perspective, which is hilarious, is it's a totalitarian state, destroys information left and right, so the lore is almost conspiratorial. I love it. I love it. It's like having a built-in mystery. Does that make sense? It's like having your own mystery built in to all of the faulty perspectives, which is awesome. I mean, let's just keep pressuring then. It's a different makeup. Judgment from on high. There it is. Smack these guys. DFA. Oh, we were so close. All right, execute that guy. There it is. Although I probably could have just allowed him to be. And then I will smack the other pterodactyl. Nice. Because he would have had to have moved. He probably would have just passed the turn because he can't attack in melee. I probably should have attacked this Skitarii Ranger instead. So we'll just end the turn right here. Ranger, shot on in place. Highest damage roll is 3, but 1 armor mitigates. Pterodactyl is going to torch both of us, but it's blocked by the armor. Excellent. We still get the debuff, but that's a thing. That's not too bad. And then next up is the Ranger. And honestly, he doesn't have anywhere to go. He's blocked in there, I think. Yeah. That was a deal. They asked for immortality. Deceiver said they could do it. They got what they wanted. Yeah, but it's so sad, though. It's so sad. You might want to believe everything a guy called the Deceiver tells you. Yeah, no kidding. That guy, I do not trust him. And that's probably the smart thing to do. I'm not patting myself on the back. Let's be real. It's just probably really not smart. All right, so we push up. We can get a shot on. Do I want to be grouped in there yet? I don't think so. But getting a layup's really powerful. Here, let's just push in with the Praetorian. We'll hold on the DFA just in case it doesn't take us anywhere useful. Well, does this guy count as being behind cover? I guess I'm going to be right next to Fulgurite, and I don't like that. So let's just hold in this place and save the DFA for another turn. End the turn. That guy had a pass because he couldn't even engage. He was a range-only unit, and he was stuck in melee with us. So that was a good negation. That was awesome, actually. Then we got Amuka, our Plasmancer, and the Canoptek Wraith with the Radius. I mean, let's push him in there. Oh, that's our Wraith. Whoops. Okay, I meant the Plasmancer, but I guess we got the Wraith. Okay, fair enough. Well, at least we can shoot somebody. There's the Ranger and there's the Sterilizer. If I kill these guys, it will open the floor for the Corpuscari Electro Priest to come in closer, and that doesn't seem too great. So what I'm going to do is probably just shoot the Pterodactyl, mark him on the order so that we can see him on the timeline, and we can Wraith it to safety. Let's try to Wraith it out of line of sight just a little bit, and then we'll end the turn. They got covered, they'll kneel down. Oh, fair enough. Yep, there's the Corpuscari dishing out the hurt. Infiltrator, and then it's our last... Well, no, we got two more movements. Plasmancer. Push up. No range in the turn. That's what happens when you don't read the EULA. Can you imagine how long the EULA would be for Demons of Chaos? I don't think so. It's pretty clear through interference that Mephitron became known as the Deceiver after the Soul Forge. I'm not even aware of the Soul Forges. There's so much that I don't know, honestly. It's kind of incredible. All right, so they don't really have too much of a choice but to run towards the Corpec Destroyer on the left side. There's the Ark. We're getting closer to death here. The Praetorians can only hold out for so long, and there it is. All right, so what are we dealing with? We've got the Vanguard on this side. He can get a shot on this. Actually, I don't think he can get a shot on anybody. Moves out this way, maybe gets a shot on. He'd have to come out diagonally to get a shot on our Triarch Praetorians. And then we've got the Pterodactyl right here. We might as well deal damage before we die, right? That's the plan, my grand plan. So let's blast this gentleman. Bring him down to 1. And then we will hit his buddy. And that rolled... On a 1 of 4, we dealt 1, and let's end the turn. And he's down. Oh my god, yeah. I'm sure EULAs in 40k are written in microscopic script that everyone accepts without question. Yeah, well, you know, that's not my problem. All right, Ranger in the distance, and we've got this. Well, I'm not too worried about the Pterodactyl. I can deal with this a little bit later because we can relocate like this. Maybe let him surround him where he is sort of got his back to a wall, so to speak. He's more protected in this position. I move out here, I'm going to be exposed to the Ranger and stuff like that. So we'll try to keep the guy there. As far as the Plasmancer, I could start to move him in and start ticking these people, but not a lot of people are ready in Fanatical Devotion, unfortunately. I've got a Canoptek Wraith. That's great. Let's use the Canoptek Wraith. So we're actually going to move along over the pit with Wraith form, phase right through, and now become a very serious issue. Hungry Void. And attack him. Nice! High five. Enemy down. Very, very nice positioning here. Excellent, yeah. Pterodactyl tries to attack. Completely debated and negated. The Soul Forge is what the Necrons went into, sometimes literally trying to outrun their death. It turned their bodies of flesh into the living metal it is now and took their souls. All Necron commoners are mindless, soulless beings, and the nobles at least kept their mind intact. They could be more effective leaders. I'm guessing that was by design. Did the Soul Forge take that into account, like it had a list? I guess, you know, nobody really knows, right? That's incredible and really sad. Really, really freaking sad. Well, the Fulgurite can't quite make it, so I'm going to wait on the Scorpec Destroyer. Let's just keep pushing on the outside here. So if I can challenge the Vanguard, then he will have to move away, and we might get free damage. So I'm going to go ahead and DFA into the back line if possible. Looks like I can do it. Yes, let's do it. Let's go ahead and challenge the Vanguard here, yeah. Basically when the populace became living metal. Oh, the Soul Forge out there. Hey, Storm Drake, good to see you. Thank you so much for the resub. High five. Joining us right now, we're taking a second stab at trying to take down the Forge City. And we're just trying to be more aggressive and more focused. Ranger Alpha, shot to Wraith, Luminogen. Defense protects the Servitor. Gets past defenses, but we didn't have defense anyway. Fulgurite moves as far as he can, and there's that. After this, we've got the Ranger, who is able to fire. And then we've got the Pterodactyl, who is able to do stuff as well. This Triarch Praetorian is not in a good spot. So if I move in, at least I can contest and force the Ranger to take an attack of opportunity if we can survive all of the burning and stuff like that. So if I smack the Corpuscari just to get the defense down, Armor Crush, and then shoot the Ranger just to deal a little bit of damage, then the Ranger will move. We get an attack of opportunity. It wasn't rolled high enough. Shot on the new Praetorian. I probably have tried to finish the guy in front of me, and the Pterodactyl's moving on our upper echelon, but that's okay. They can take it. They can take it. It's fine. It's fine. And now we're left with Skitarii Ranger. This guy's still alive. Okay, we kind of have a chance here. We kind of have a chance. Guy in the background. So Scorpec Destroyer, Ruststalker. The Ruststalker can reach us. But I guess, well, if the Ruststalker can reach us, maybe I should hammer these guys. Well, if I do that, I'll get shot as well. Who else is available? We've got our Wraith. Wraith can definitely move into range and execute here. So let's do that. Let's try to thin out the herd, so to speak. Oh, I did not see the Pterodactyl. I forgot about him. We will get an initial blast out and we'll execute, I guess, execute the Pterodactyl. Yes, execute the Pterodactyl. Nice, that guy's out. We'll dash on in. We'll smack and remove the range threat here. That's a good clear. And end the turn. Ruststalker takes his place. And there we go. We're down. Ruststalker on Scorpec Destroyer. Really nasty stuff. Really, really nasty stuff. If we move out this way, we can at least hit both. Right? Yes, I can. Or I can hit the Pterodactyl. Well, you know what? Just stay in this position because it's relatively safe. Let's just smack both of them. Nice hit. Beautiful. Beautiful. Corpuscari. Fortunately, we forced him to attack one target and not multiple. And now they're coming in and piling on the Scorpec Destroyer. But all of these guys have committed at the very least, right? Then we got a Plasmancer and Amuka. Well, Amuka does have the gigantic death ray. So let's... Let's get that on target. We do have the Fulgurite Electro Priest. If we needed to charge from here, we can smack two of them. Nice! Holy moly. Okay, so a lot of opportunities here. Vanguard, Servitor, Ranger, Alpha. We've got another Servitor, another Vanguard. Corpuscari Electro Priest being put into a Death's Door, essentially. And we got this horrible, horrible Ruststalker. Let's hit the Ruststalker. He doesn't have any he doesn't have any negation, and then we'll charge in like this with Amuka. Nice, executed, beautiful. And this guy's still not on Death's Door, so let's put him there. Fanatical Devotion it is, and we're doing good things here. Excellent. Fortunately, we landed the charge behind a box, so that gives us some limited line of sight protection. Electro Priest on the Canoptech Wraith actually lands it despite the dodge there. Nice attack of opportunity. Beautiful. High five. Vanguard exposes the Wraith. Sends a shot +1 damage. Irradiated. So he will take that tick of damage and go down. And then we basically have our Plasmancer. So let's just move as close as we can and do as much as we can. Because we are the gingerbread man. Now we can deal a little bit of damage. There's Living Light. Inflict defense down on an enemy unit Target suffers 3 damage at Dominion level 5, and we have definitely given ourselves that. We can also bypass armor and crush defenses. This is the only guy we can fire, so let's just focus it in one place. We'll put it right on the Fulgurite. That's going to deal a little damage, and if we're lucky, we'll put him into Fanatical Devotion. Armor crush, we were not lucky enough, so end the turn. There's the tick. Now he's in Fanatical Devotion because of Plasmancer's aura. Wow, that guy killed his buddy in order to kill us. I'll take it. Blessings in disguise. Blessings in disguise. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. I guess this is where it seems like the flayed ones are really strong, and also, you know what? This is where the Immortals would be great. Let's go in and support on the left side, and we'll just start chaining Immortals through them. And then I'll also have a flayed one in range to strike at those that are more damaged once we hit Dominion level 8, because they'll attack twice no matter what. So this is awesome. Vanguard exposes, probably tries to execute the Praetorian, puts him down. The Irradiated is going to tick, and it's going to take him out of the reanimation protocol. Next up, we've got the Alpha in the background, and then we've got the Electro Priest up front. Now, the Scorpic Destroyer should probably get in damage while he can. He doesn't trigger attacks of opportunity because we built him in with Agile. So let's do this. We're going to put this guy in a Fanatical Devotion as soon as possible. So we're going to relocate like this, put Hungry Void. That's going to boost the damage by 2. It's going to bypass defenses and just really hammer the point home. Nice! Fanatical Devotion. Beautiful. Ranger Alpha to our leader. Maximum damage because of Luminogen, but we had enough defense on the refresh. And our Scorpic Destroyer's barely hanging in there before this guy falls. Excellent. Friendly Fire Blessings in disguise. Yes, I'll take all those kinds of blessings. And then it's a Pterodactyl on the right side. Really like to avoid that kind of damage if I could. All it's going to take is to us move into melee, right? So if I take our Canoptech Wraith and just focus on that guy, it feels a little bit like a waste when I could be getting in here and just harassing the ranged units, but maybe that's what needs to happen. What are my choices? Immortal will not execute that. Yeah, he's going to apply Burning and Luminogen. That does not seem great. I could just move the Plasmancer back here as much as I want to push the Aura forward. No, the Aura is pretty important because they still have a lot of Electro Priests. So if we could bring them into Fanatical Devotion and Ticket, that will actually remove them from the field. That'll buy us quite a lot. So I could put my... If I'm here... Well, I guess I'm on cooldown right now. Negatory. I'm going into melee. I'm just going to push back a little bit, smack this guy, and just force him. He's in melee. He'll probably just smack me for like a tick of damage. Yeah, much better. Not even. Not even, because it was eaten by the defense. So, you know, plus is there, I suppose. Okay, after this, we've got the Corpuscari. We do not want him to just do whatever the heck he wants. So let's get... I'm going to get... Well, Amoka only gets one swing, and it's a AoE cleave. So I'll probably hit my own guy and stop the reanimation protocol. So that's no bueno. So what I can do is... I guess... Okay, I'm gonna push the Corpuscari Priest, hit him, bring him into Fanatical Devotion, pass through him with the Wraith form, execute him like this, hopefully. Oh no, it didn't work. Oh, gosh darn it. I was gonna say, if we were able to trigger Fanatical Devotion with that, then we could just, you know, hit him, and then he would die. Or we could pull away, eat the attack of opportunity, and then smack him with Transdimensional Beamer, which will execute him. I guess I'll just... at least challenge the territory of the Ruststalker Princeps with our position. At least that guy's on 1. Amoka could finish that. It's probably not a bad idea. Although we do have the Ruststalker, the Sicarian Infiltrator here, and he's going to get right in our face. Probably stop the Destroyer right. I don't have anything that's going to end him rightly. Unless... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I'm not at Dominion level 8 yet. So I can't attack this guy twice here, although I could accept the hits and probably just sacrifice the flayed one. That's probably not that bad. It's probably not that bad. Versus attacks coming in on a Wraith, who is much more tanky. He can definitely survive the Corpuscari. Okay, so I'm going to take the flayed one, and we're just going to get between the Scorpic Destroyer and the Princeps or the Infiltrator and hope for the best. Just smack him once, and incoming. Corpuscari gets a low-level hit, dies. Princeps moves to the... Oh, Infiltrator moves to our range units. Fair enough. And impacts both the Immortals. They cannot fire when they're in melee, so they'll have to take attacks of opportunity instead, which is a real bummer. So I guess let's just focus on the one who can do something right now, and that's our Amuka, and we'll just smack the Servitor. Did not roll high enough in the turn. Vanguard's focusing on taking out the flayed one. And then we have our two Immortals. Okay, so... Gosh darn it. I have to walk out of the range here in order to fire. And I think I'm just going to have to accept that I have to eat it. So I'm just going to step away. This guy's going to get a lot of value. Oh, nice. The armor blocked the damage. That's excellent. And we'll start chaining through the Vanguard out there. Nice. They rolled maximum. And because of Assault, we'll be able to clear line of sight right afterwards and end the turn. Servitor is pushing on Amuka now. He's bypassing defenses. They're focusing on our Lord now. Oh, no. Our Lord's dropping rather rapidly. Our Immortal's going to have to do something very similar. And send it. Nice! Rolled high on one of them. Took down one of the enemies. And we have reinforcements. Okay, well, we're probably at Dominion level 8 now. So flayed ones all of a sudden become very strong, but I don't think they'll have enough movement fast enough to contribute to the fight very well. So I'm actually going to bring in a warrior instead, because they've at least got range damage, and we can have them on the right side to try to clear threats. So who's up first? It's going to be the Ranger Alpha. Will they be able to take Amuka? Yes, they will, unfortunately. If I charge forward, if I charge away, I could smack these guys, try to clear some things. I mean, they need to go so they can at least get their defenses back. So let's go ahead and smack them while we're... Well, I guess if I move away, I'm going to take the attacks of opportunity. All right, just smack him then. Smack him. We cleared a Servitor. That's great. We can charge right by, but that's not going to save us. I guess I kind of have to stay right here then, but at least I'll have regenerated my defense before the Ranger goes. So end the turn, we get our 3 back. He's focusing on the... Oh, he's focusing on the Wraith. Interesting. Nice. Okay, good for us. Excellent. Much, much better. I was worried about a game over state. Looks like we might make it through here. At least with our warrior, he's going to shoot for 3. This guy's got 1 defense and 2 health, so perfectly acceptable. We'll just push in as close as we can, use the Gaussian Reaper, and smack this guy. Excellent. Enemy down. After that, we've got the left side to worry about. Scorpic Destroyer. Well, I'm going to do Hungry Void and just hit this guy as hard as possible. Hopefully he will not dodge it. Smack him. He dodged it. He dodged it. Oh, that's not good. No bueno, no bueno. We do have Dominion level 8 now. So let's come back with a flayed one. Attack for twice. Nice! High five. Infiltrator's down. Fantastic. Okay, so Dominion is getting high enough now. We're able to kind of do some fancier things. Step out. Send a shot. And the Vanguard rightly. Keep approaching. Keep advancing. Didn't dodge now. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Okay, so maybe we got a chance here. Maybe we got a chance. Plasmancer, Canoptech, Wraith. I mean, we got to deal with a Ruststalker Princeps for sure. Let's start with the Wraith. I could smack this. Well, no. Okay, don't start with the Wraith. We'll start with a Plasmancer. Let's push it in. We're going to do a defense down with Living Light. Deal 3 damage. He's got 1 left. Shot on. And shot to finish. Oh, he dodged it. Okay, these guys are super dodgy. Oh, but he didn't dodge the aura. I forgot about our aura. The almighty aura amazeballs. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Okay, well, I think they have no more turns right now. So let's just take the rest of our units and try to do as much as we can. Canoptic Wraith is it. So I guess let's come around the outside. This way, if we dash in, we can dash and screen at the same time. I'm going to do Hungry Void. And in theory, this should be a ton of damage. Nice! High five! Oh, thank goodness. Okay, that was a little bit rough. Took a little more out of me than I thought. Excellent. So our Praetorians need to be recovered. One of the Wraiths needs to be recovered, but we finally took our first Forge City. Dynastic Awakening +2 for a tech tree. 2 Eminence upgrade points for Amoka himself. He needs them. And a little living metal in order to cover the recovery out this way. Much better. Much, much better. That was intense. My goodness. I would only imagine they're going to have more and more advanced units. I didn't even do the full vigilance meter, so that would be terrifying if I took more buffs, which actually made everything harder, more reinforcements, stuff like that. I think if I were to do a Forge City in the future, which I will have to, I'm probably going to bring someone like Fakon, right?
The ripples of its loss were felt on the front lines almost immediately. Guns fell silent, fuel tanks ran empty, and the legions of Kivrov were in the ascendant.
I admit, what I'm hearing does not match what I am reading. As Kynox says on the screen, he said, "It's done, Lexico Arcanus. The tomb has been scoured of Necron, and its capacity to reawaken more warriors is nullified."
The enemy has revealed another of its many weaknesses. It relies on ceaseless, unthinking production to supply its crude war machinery.
Is that
even a momentary interruption, their strength drains away.
Is that a bug? Is that... Yeah, I think it might be a bug, because the audio does not match what I'm reading here, yeah. Yes, I did have to focus hard on that one for sure. Uh-oh, Necron running outdated audio drivers. Well, if it's a bug, does that mean that we're going to be fighting Tyranids soon? Oh no, yeah, seems like it. What you read out sounded like Mechanicus. Oh, well, Nefershaw in the text, I suppose, says, "An acceptable outcome, Magus Dominus. But all calculations indicate Hecataeus IV is infested with many more such tomb complexes, most of which have yet to awaken. There will be more, and they must be eliminated in turn, as the Omnissiah wills," which also, I still feel like maybe the audio is accurate, and what I'm reading applies to a forged, like a tomb, and not actually a forged city.
A truly masterful strategy, Vargard.
Yeah, the tomb has been scoured of Necron.
At your sufferance.
We shall not be complacent.
Oh, she's saying the same text now. They're repeating themselves in the text. That's definitely a bug. Audio's correct. Yeah, it is.
Begun erecting new dens of blunt industry.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so it seemed like the text was starting to repeat itself on the screen, but the audio, like the bunny said, was correct. I didn't mean to skip it. I apologize. That's the Mechanicus side of the conversation. Oh, is it? Oh, gotcha. If they're taking down one of our tombs as opposed to taking down a forge city. Got it. So, I mean, that was weird. That was kind of the first big bug we've seen, I feel. Yeah, load a refresh. I don't know if I want to load. Oh, you mean like save and then load? That I can do. That I can definitely do. So we'll just go ahead and save in place, and then we can definitely load over it. I thought you meant like load back and I'd have to do the fight again, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that. That one was a little harrowing for sure. So yes, we will save in place and load. Do the hallowed rite of exiting and re-entering and restart. It is very hallowed indeed. We're doing a bit of a, I guess, a ritual instead of doing a full exit and enter, and we're coming on in with a refresh of a different sort. So hopefully that has exorcised the 40k demons and we're back on the path to righteousness. Yeah. So we're going to go to Amoka. As you can see, we've got quite a lot of delays in recovery, but we got 2 points to apply. One thing I'd really like to grab are actually the Wrath. So right here, we've got 2 more points. It's going to make it so that after killing a unit, then we will generate even more Dominion, which is awesome because we're aggressive enough. We kill units rather quickly. And when you reach higher Dominion levels, you get all allied units will get strengthened, which I believe is plus 1 damage. Units' next melee weapon action inflicts +1 damage expires after use. And then when you hit the next Dominion level 10, which is maximum, never done that before, we're going to be on Strengthened 2, so that's +2 damage for every single unit on the field, which is pretty powerful. So I'm going to go ahead and move that up. Flayed ones also get an extra HP, so I mean that's always a plus as well. Excellent, yeah. The help desk L1 right a restart gets out incense. Yeah, we need lots of incense help. All right, so we got 3 points, which is ludicrous. That's so many points. So one thing I noticed when I was looking at the tree is I want this. The Deathless Legions. Non-leader units recover 1 HP at the end of each skirmish. So on our standard missions, that's huge, because quite often you're fighting against attrition, and if you don't have a healing source, like you're not Heki, then you're in, it's difficult. You need to kind of cycle units around, but if you have a strategy that you like, this should allow you to utilize it more effectively. Now we could, I suppose there is some value, and maybe I should be spending points to Creeping Madness and get 2 Rapid Reanimatrix, because that's actually going to decrease the reanimation time in a leader's court in missions by 1 each, and that's going to be 2. And if we take a look at Amoka, normally he'd be ready to go on the very next turn. There's like a every other turn type of tempo to the game, and right now a lot of our best units are at 3 turns to wait, but with the 2 Reanimatrix it's going to make it a 1 turn to wait, and they would be ready immediately. So we'd be able to use Amaka again. He'd be able to continue to grow. So actually I think I've talked myself into it. I've talked myself into it. I'm going to get Rapid Reanimatrix with 1 point. I'm going to do Creeping Madness with another. That's going to bring us to 9 out of 10 on tier 2. And then I'm going to apply it to Rapid Reanimatrix to get the second. And now we're at unlocking tier 3, which I think does nice. We could actually go to tier 3 now, which is ludicrous. Actually, if I wanted to, I could take all these points and I could unlock new things. Another Scorpec Destroyer, with this time with a Hyperphase, Reaper Blade, and Lich Guard. Very interesting. I didn't know Amaka can have Lich Guard. Lich Guard's awesome because just with their aura, they actually give more defense to your lord. So very powerful, and they've got big old pikes and spears so they can hit from longer ranges and hit people in a line, which is awesome. But just to keep it simple for now, I'm just going to get the Roth, and at least we know that he should be ready on the next, I guess, engagement, which is kind of awesome. Yeah. All right, so we'll go back to the war map. This is great news so far, and let's take a look at what we got. So we'll start with our side missions before we do anything else. So awaken the tomb complex. Assign a leader to awaken the tomb complex. If 3 tomb complexes are awakened around a forge city, you can then attack the forge city. That's exactly what we did with Expeditas. You can see that we've got to do 3 of them for Oraclon. We have not started that process yet. There's also Reforged the Legions, which we currently are working on with Omenek. He's going to get us more living metal. So let's just do 2 tomb complexes. So we'll get 1 on Obasis, and then we will get our second one out here. I don't know for what forge city is this, because we already got rid of... Interesting. I don't know if this is necessary, but I guess I'll do it anyway, because it looks like this other tomb is for Expeditas, and we just finished that forge city, but sure, I'll awaken it. Why not? Why not? And then I suppose I can probably, you know, utilize... Let's actually, if I send Heki, let's send Heki and we'll utilize Phacon, because Phacon has the new Gaussian Destructor, and we can kind of play around with that. So let's go ahead and assign one. We'll assign Heki out this way. Heki's kind of one of our main lords, but Phacon's kind of a tertiary lord, and it's nice to play with some of the new stuff. So what does the Gauss Destructor get at tier 3? He also gets Immortals, and he gets an Enmitic... Oh my god, wait a minute! So bunnies, look at this. So since we've unlocked tier 3, in theory we could venture all the way out this way. It's another Locust Heavy Destroyer, but this one actually has an Enmitic Exterminator. What is that? We've read about that. So if we go over here, this is an Enmitic Exterminator. So the one we have access to is the Gauss Destructor, high damage in a 4 to 7 range. Yeah, 4 to 7 damage at 12 tiles, the same as a Death Mark. Big single damage hit. It's got heavy, you stay still, you deal maximum damage. Really, really strong. Now, the Enmitic Exterminator is more of like an AoE Gatling gun of a Necron variety, and it has rapid fire, so within half the range, it'll attack with an extra damage, and the Enmitic weapon actually exterminates enemies like the Electro Priests. So that's awesome. After suffering fatal damage from this weapon, the target is exterminated and inflicts 2 damage on units within melee range. The good news is this has an arc. So I think you put down a flamer template according to this tooltip pop-up right here. It says 10 range, 20 degree radius as a fan. So we'd get access to this when we didn't have access to it before. That's really cool. And it's a tier 3 unit. So I probably want to check that out just because new stuff's interesting to me. So we lose out on Thunder after using a skill generate 2 Dominion. We lose out on Necron Warriors gaining +1 HP. And we just have a little extra skirmish deployment. But we get access to a new toy. That's awesome. It's a big gun. Yeah, we got multiple big guns now. So what do they have? So we can see these Immortals have access to Gaussian blasters. These Immortals have access to the Tesla carbine. Let's take a look at their tier 3 upgrades. Although I probably want to hold off on the living metal upgrades just because this is not one of the main lords. And Amoka and Heki should be in the best fighting, I guess, state possible for taking things on like the Forge City, etc. So maybe I'll save on some of the living metal, only bring things up to tier 2, which still costs like, I think 25 per unit, right? So let's just make sure everything's at least at tier 2. He's got the Psychomancer with the weakened aura. And then, oh, you can unlock the ability to do Vengeful Stars. So that's +1 maximum damage. That I'll actually spend on, because that's very, very useful. So instead of having to utilize a relic or command protocol in order to get that ability, you can just straight up get it on your Psychomancer. That's very powerful. For the Gaussian Destructor, it looks like we can get another HP at tier 3, or we can reduce the reanimation protocol duration by 1. Okay, so normally it takes like, I think 3 turns to get us back. It takes us like 2, so they're able to resuscitate themselves more readily. So let's just make sure the Enmitic Destroyer is at a good spot. We will get, I probably want to get Resilience because I wouldn't want to reduce our damage range any further with Weakened, which will make us do 2 damage guaranteed instead of 2 to 4. And then I'm going to get Defense because it's the only option on the second so that we can actually mitigate some incoming damage before we get anything else. These Immortals, I think I'll just pass on that. I won't have them there. They're just a path means to an end. And then if we were to select, what do we want out here? What would be helpful to us? I think Precision would be very powerful. So Unblinking Gaze is great because it allows you to take the damage range, go at maximum, and with the Enmitic Exterminator, even if it moves, it's a heavy weapon. Usually you want to stay still. You can still guarantee you'll get that 4 damage across the board and hit a whole swathe of enemies. So let's go ahead and choose that, and then we'll choose the corresponding buff. In this case, it looks like a relic to make Phacon's melee weapon bypass armor. I mean, which I guess is helpful and heavy. So we'll take it. We'll take it. Although there's also another option here. I can also take an Osteoclave Fulcrum. Let's... Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I think I accidentally removed that from Heki. I did. Yeah, let's put that back. So if I look at Phacon, it's not available, and we get access to Cursed Stars anyway. Okay, fair enough. We're going to come in with Phacon on this and test out the new stuff. So instead of doing the critical path, which is Skin and Bones, I'm going to save that for Heki. I'm going to take a Territory Reclamation, which is going to give us more opportunities for more missions, and we'll still get an upgrade point. Let's do that. Reclaim your territory on the planet with Phacon. So we're going to do as much living metal as possible because, gosh, we need it in order to keep upgrading these units now that they can go to tier 3, which is awesome. So definitely want the Psychomancer. Definitely want to try the new Enmitic Exterminator. Definitely want to try the Gaussian Destructor. Obviously, it is very expensive. I mean, the 2 of them cost 4 deployment, which is kind of ludicrous. Immortals, do we have the one with the Tesla carbine? That's this one. I find those to be my favorite so far. The Death Marks, range specialist for sure, and we'll pick up 1 Necron warrior out here. And it's a very elite, heavy retinue, it seems. Yeah, new toys. Lots of new toys. Lichguard are nuts in lore, at least. Oh, heck yes. Well, apparently, it'll be interesting to see how you can upgrade them. I'm hoping they can become tanky guys. So it seems like we've got 2 skirmishes. We've got 1 choice, and we have 1... I don't know what you call it. The one with the little flag gives you 2 opportunities to do like a 50% heal to your lord, gain 10 dominion, stuff like that, or sacrifice a unit to reduce vigilance. So 2 skirmishes, this one more, and a choice in between. Nice, short, and to the point. With a kind of group in... Oh, look at this! Electro Priest. Seems like a great time to use an Enmitic Exterminator. My goodness, it's... awfully nice of you to bring yourselves to help us test out some new stuff. My goodness. I guess if we're out here, then we've got a nicer arc. Yeah, let's put the Locust Heavy Destroyer out that way. The Psychomancer has the Vengeful Stars. I'm probably going to want to shoot all these guys from range. And I suppose if we've hit them for 4, I can probably start by arcing through them with Immortals. So I can get Immortals maybe here. I'll get some Death Marks behind cover so that they can engage. I've got Phacon maybe on mid. I'll get a Psychomancer right in front of him like that, so we can give a weakened aura to anyone who tries to close that gap. And then I'll get another Immortal here to keep chaining, and then we will, heck, get another Death Mark. Why not? There it is. All right, let's go. Fulgurite Electro Priest is moving. All right, so here is the new... Oh, that's not bad. Okay, so here's the thing. Now, if we look at the weapon, it says heavy. If the Locust Heavy Destroyer does not move, it will deal maximum damage. It's going to be 4. But if he moves, he gives up that trait, right? So all we need to do, we can't hit these guys from here, but if I move forward 1, now I will roll a 2 to 4, right? But I can hit lots and lots of guys. Now, I probably want to end with this, because if we get a kill, then the Electro Priests are going down, but I'm impatient and they're all nicely grouped right now, so I'm going to start with it. So we're going to do Unblinking Gaze. That's going to give him Precision, which is going to restore the maximum damage effect, and now he's going to deal 4 straight up, right? Precision. Units attack always inflicts maximum damage for the next attack. So now, if we attack all these guys, we can even clear the cover. Wow, that's pretty impressive. We'll just shoot as many bodies as possible, engage them. No. I just want to point out, we went from 0 Dominion levels to 3. That would have been so useful at the Forge City, let me tell you. We went to Dominion level 3, so we leveled up 3 times off of 1 burst of damage, because every point of damage is another Dominion XP. Oh, that's satisfying. They're very soft now, very chunky. And what's kind of cool is through process of elimination, we know this guy went, all these guys are damaged, they're not on the timeline, and we see that there's only 2 units left to go. That means the next one's either this Vanguard or it's this Corpuscari Electro Priest. If it's the Corpuscari Electro Priest, he's probably not going to be able to shoot at the death marks because they're behind cover. And if it's this Vanguard, I mean, he may get a single shot off, but at least we know for sure. And then we can just try to chain through and execute people instead. So let's go. End the turn. It's the Corpuscari next. He cannot fire. All right, so who's next? That guy. He can attack for 2. So who's available to shoot him in the face? Well, actually, the Psychomancer, he has an AoE, right? Oh, he's got a... Oh, nice. Oh, wow. That's incredible. That's incredible. Who goes after that? It's going to be this Vanguard. Let's not push too close. Let's force the Vanguard to fight for position. So we'll just shoot from range to start. And hopefully... I'm not in a place to execute that guy. Can I move somewhere else? If I just sort of check for a line of sight... I don't have a line on him. I guess I do here, but that means that he's going to get shot. What about this death mark? Can you shoot? He can't because there's a blockage, unfortunately. Well, I could eat the shot from this Skitarii Vanguard Alpha because I keep forgetting he's got pistols. If he wants to do anything, he's going to have to get closer to a Locust Destroyer, and he's got an armor and 2 defense. So we know this guy is going in after 2 units, so let's focus on him and remove him from the field if possible. Oh, wait a minute. That's not true. I've got Tesla carbines. I have Tesla carbines. What am I thinking? So if I'm here, I can reach that guy like this. Oh my, wow, that sucks. Corpuscari's on death's door already. My goodness. Well, let's just walk back because it's an assault weapon, and there it is. Go Necron. And it goes back to us, huh? Very interesting. Super interesting. Love that. Well, I suppose we could keep chaining their gentlemen. Or I could destroy their cover. You know what? Let's destroy the cover so he has nowhere to hide. There it is. So cover's gone. Wonderful. And then we'll just hide behind a rock. Zip zappity. We're destroying your property. All right. Vanguard's up. No cover. Exposes our immortal and shoots him in the butt. Unfortunately, guy is completely ungrateful. So who's up next? This guy, but he's on Fanatical Devotion, Corpus Cari. He can still hurt somebody, unfortunately. So we'll have to keep that in mind. I guess our Psychomancer does have an AoE plate, sort of, but that's not going to help us. What if we just shoot him here? What I can do, we just need someone to have a line on him, right? Who's next? It's this guy, then that guy, this guy, and then this guy. Okay, so moving out to the left is probably sort of okay. So if I'm here or here, I'm probably mostly okay. All right, let's move with the death mark. Send a shot. Oh, I don't have a shot there? Gosh darn it. I thought I did. It showed a line of sight, but I don't have it from this position, so it lied to me. Okay, fair enough. Well, in that case, I guess we'll just shoot a guy and put him on death's door right here with a fulgurite. There it is, a Fanatical Devotion. So he lied to me. He lied to me, but at least we got some cover. Corpus Cari's on his way. He's chaining through the Immortal. Oh, nope, chaining through the death mark because our cover is gone, unfortunately. And now it's these guys on this side. Okay, well, Psychomancer it up then. We have no choice but to Psychomancer the heck out of these guys. I guess if I get close enough, then I have my aura. I have the Harbinger of Despair. You can inflict impeded on an enemy unit. If you've got Dominion level 5, the target suffers immobilized. They'll be stuck in place. If we do Curse, then we'll get extra damage, and we will also get Dominion on the kill. So let's go ahead and put it... I'm going to put it on the Vulgarite Electro Priest, because we'll get a kill after this. And then I'm going to put in Abyssal Lance Blast, and we'll hit both these guys. Hopefully enough. That guy's dead. That guy's on Fanatical Devotion. And then we're not at Dominion level 5 yet. Let's just impede the Corpus Cari Electro Priest on the left so that he's got 50% mobility in the turn. That leaves this guy, but now he's on death's door, right? We've got Phacon and we've got the death mark. Let's just execute this gentleman. That guy's out. That gains us an extra 2 Dominion from the curse that we put on him. And then we're just going to back up to a new castle. Maybe like way off. Maybe back here. There it is. And end the turn. All right, so next up is this Vanguard. And then after that, and that's it. That's it. Okay, well, let's take this death mark. We're going to move him right here. We should have line of sight, I would imagine. Yep, we do. Executed. High five. God, death marks are strong.
A million years of hate culminates.
And then we got one more before they get to go, and this Fulgurite is currently on Fanatical Devotion. That's fantastic. So we can definitely deal with it. Phacon's up. Let's just push it in. We're gonna send a blast. Although before that, I guess I'm gonna curse him, and that will get us a little bit extra in terms of Dominion, and then hit him. Nice. So we got the 1 for the damage and 2 for the curse. That's excellent. We have a Tachyon array, so we can zap somebody. I guess I'll zap that guy because he's in range. And then we can do a Thunder's Verdict. That's a debuff. Although with higher Dominion levels, we now have Dominion level 5. Inflict exposed on an enemy unit, suffers +1 damage from weapon actions and skills, and then will also inflict 1 to 3 damage and impose defense down. Nice. So we are all set for the next turn. So this guy's got 4, and I can't go away. You know what? We do have the Enmitic. We do have the Enmitic. If I could get close enough... I don't know if that's close enough, though. The range is 10 is the problem, and I still need line of sight. If I were to come through here, it doesn't look like it's saying that I can see him, unfortunately. Well, he is impeded as well. He's impeded, so he has 50% mobility. I could at least move behind cover, but then he'll see us. He'll be able to... No, he can't reach us. That's not counting as being behind cover, though. All right, let's just pull back, send a shot. I can't hit him from there. Never mind. And that's all he's got, but he's going to chain through. We take a tick of damage. Puts one of us in reanimation, and now it's up to us. Okay, well... I want to check the Emetic Exterminator. Yeah, I can't hit that because of this rock apparently, so that doesn't help us. Yeah. Psychomancer. I mean, we can definitely melee this guy. Let's just get in there. We've got the weakening aura, and it's 1 to 5, but there's a big difference between 1 to 5. So let's guarantee that we're gonna hit for 5, and then smack him hard. Put him on Fanatical Devotion. There it is. Smacked him right in the nuts.
A million years of hate.
And then it's on Fakon to finish the job. Awesome. High five. So the Emetic Exterminator, under the right circumstance, you got a nice choke point, bunch of guys coming right down it. It's the perfect tool for the job. But if you got to move around and shoot and be able to engage at range, maybe not always the best choice. It is rather expensive in terms of, you know, unit deployment cost, etc. We'll go 10 Dominion. There it is. It's our only choice. Otherwise, we'd have to get rid of a unit. And now we've got our one choice. The Royal Guard encountered a slab of rock on which were etched a series of glyphs. They were of Necron origin and used forms common to the court of Sankhotep. Heed the warning. The warning was made for a reason. Skirt well around the area, avoiding whatever the glyph scriber encountered. Translate it. It is important to know the whole content of the warning. Attempt to reconstruct the incomplete glyphs to receive the entire message. Eliminate it. Search the area, destroy whatever the danger is so it cannot threaten Necron dominion over the region. Honestly, taking a little time, it's not too much to translate it and understand what it says is probably the best, because it might say something like, it's not good to dive into a pool. And then you translate it a little bit more. Within 30 minutes after you eat. Might be something important like that, you know. There's like a compound message you gotta receive. So
Cortex of the Royal Guard extrapolated potential meanings and emergent complexities from the missing glyphs. They revealed linguistic constructs indicative of the disease and the cursed flayed ones.
Oh, the flayed ones.
These misbegotten exiles are better avoided. The glyph creator was well advised to post this warning. Knowing they may be nearby is a valuable tool in understanding the totality of the battlefield.
So maybe there will be less flayed ones on the battlefield in the next skirmish or something. So we'll get 10 Dominion and we get more Vigilance. Oh, okay. I guess that's not quite what I expected. It would have been very interesting to actually adjust the next fight. So in theory, after this fight, we've reclaimed some territory and we can now deploy our units back into the main quest afterwards. Fortunately, we'll actually get some upgrade points for Fakon, and that's going to allow him to unlock even more, which has turned out to be quite enjoyable, really. Fakon must survive, kill all enemy units. So what are we dealing with here? We've got ourselves 2 infiltrators. They got a ranger. We've got Ranger Alpha. Ranger. 2 infiltrators and a princeps. Interestingly enough, I feel like this is where Amoka really would have shined. You just dive into the backline and not force them to run away and take damage. But in this case, I don't think a Emetic Exterminator necessarily is the best choice, and I don't think AoE is necessarily the best choice. So I'm actually going to bring out the Gaussian Destructor. So hopefully we will have the answer, right? That's the right one. I need to make sure because they both look the same from the icon. The more that we can stay still, we can just eliminate threats and just kind of tank them on the nose. For the Psychomancer, it would be nice to deploy Weakened on someone who's attacking many, many times. So that's always a possibility. We can attack on the right side and put Impeded and Perturbed on the enemy. Having Death Marks is great just to keep pinpointing damage out there. It's kind of crazy you can deploy so many Death Marks. What happens if we just have 4 Death Marks? They're super crazy strong, and then we'll put a fresh Immortal out there as well, just to chain through the guys on the right side, and Fakon can, you know, maybe chill in the back a little bit. How about that? Yeah, let's do that setup right there. Let's deploy. So first up, their Psychomancer is getting shot. Oh, that sucks. Did not pay attention to that one. Well, I guess impeding the Sicarian infiltrators is probably the best start. So I know that I can do this immediately from this position. That's awesome. And I don't need to get in the weakened thing. So I'm actually going to tuck up to this tree of life, so to speak, just to get a line of sight break from all of those rangers. This one already went. So there's 4 on the left, one of which is a shorter range version. And we're just going to harass these guys. So We'll do a curse on the closest right here. So he's going to take additional damage. And then we can do Harbinger of Despair, and we'll put it on the guy in the middle, the Princeps, because he wants to be closer in order to engage. And then we'll do an Abyssal Lance, but instead, because it's a 1 of 5 damage range, we're going to do Precision. So we get 5 damage on an AoE cone, and we're going to apply debuffs. Nice. Weakened, 1 less damage per attack. Impeded, they're slower by 50%. And this guy's taking more damage, and when he dies, he will, well, he'll give us more Dominion. Excellent. And the turn. He tries to get closer, but falls short. Excellent. So now we know that the next 2 are going to be Rangers, right? Because we can see. Now, if we stay still, we can deal a good amount of damage. So I guess let's... Oh, I can change... Oh, right. Because we've got Dominion level 3... the Gaussian Destructor will penetrate its target, meaning I can get a 2-for-1 at maximum damage. Yeah, that's the right tool for the job, baby. There it is. That's not bad. There it is. That's my guy. That's the stuff right there. That feels so good. Oh, dear God. Get off our property. That's what we're talking about. So they've got these 2, this one already committed. Let's go ahead and execute these Princeps. Don't want anyone to get the wrong idea that the Necron are weak or anything like that. Execute it. Shabated. Outsnipe. Yeah, super outsniped by a tank Sabo round. My commentary has devolved to just sound effects. You know, that's an evolution, my guy. Oh, look. He only managed to deal 3 damage, 1 mitigated by armor, 2 reduced by defense. Amazing job. Well, how much does this guy have left? He's got 3. So unfortunately, the damage range of 2 to 4, inadequate. So let's go ahead and check that we got a shot first. We're going to teleport up like this. Guarantee we've got 4 damage and send it to win it. Beautiful. And now we get to wrap this up and just snowball these guys. So this guy went, that guy went, that guy went. That leaves this gentleman, this ranger way in the back. We're going to need... We have a couple of death marks, so we have the right tools for the job. Let's just dash up, maximum 4, and this is going to be an easy steamroll at this point. God, so many death marks is ludicrous. You gotta like the map design. They could fit well with a horror title. Yeah, the horror title's us. No, but I agree. Absolutely. All right, so we got a couple more in front, and all of a sudden I don't feel like the Immortal was necessary here. Well, tell you what, let's move up with Fakon. We get the choice. We can Tachyon Arrow, I don't know, that guy. Excellent. We can go ahead and Thunder's Verdict that guy. Expose him for extra damage, 1 to 3 damage. We'll curse this guy. Excellent. And then we'll be able to blast him in the face and hopefully get more Dominion. Very close, but not quite. Not quite. Good enough, though. Good enough, because guess what? This guy can. Sometimes you just need a 1-2 punch with your buddies. High five. And now we're at Dominion level 6. Who's your favorite lord till now? I'm surprised. Right now, it's kind of Amuka. I love the DFA. I love his Praetorians. They're so good. They're really, really, really strong. Not quite as strong as this, but very strong. I would say, though, Fakon probably, just by his retinue's composition, would probably have fared better on the Forged, I guess, City Assault. But very, very fun to play with. I love his units. They're awesome. Good versatility there, for sure. Ranged powerhouse, healing and sustain powerhouse with Heki, and then Amoka's just in your face, non-stop DFA burning everywhere. Defense down, provoke down, enemies crying, babies being taken care of very cleanly, and orphanages mostly intact.
The enemy has fallen back, my Vargard. They scurry like insects to respond to your brilliant campaign.
It was brilliant, wasn't it? My goodness, he really recognizes greatness when he sees it.
Only one battle is won, Cryptek, and all of Kivroth still cries out for victory.
Obasis the Tanky Lord. Yeah, I haven't really played with Obasis too much.
On countless more sites, vital to their crude strategies. We shall reclaim them all. This is our duty to the throne.
It does, Azicus, it does. All right, so we're in a good spot. We got a lot of lords back, and now we get to test something. Because remember, when we went over to the Awakening Tree, we got 2 Rapid Reanimatrix. We were on a cooldown for all of Amoka's damaged units for 3 turns. So if we go to Amoka now... Oh, that's unfortunate, I thought. Wait a minute, does that work the way that I think it does? Decrease the time it takes for a unit to reanimate in a leader's court between missions by 1. You know what? It's possible that it didn't take effect post facto. Does that make sense? Like, this would have had to been in play before they were damaged. Right now, it looks like I have to pay the living metal cost in order to get them back right quick. But it's not a problem because I can always send him on a side mission and use Heki on the next critical. So that's always a possibility. But kind of not what I expected there. Oh well, it's all right. We'll see in the future. I'm sure he'll lose units in the future. So we actually have 1 critical path remaining, and it's Skin and Bones, complete area denial assignment. So this actually, I think, will complete our attempts to patronize the Eupatridae and allow us to sort of position ourselves more amicably, let's say. So Skin and Bones, this is for Jebka, I believe. Assault an enemy convoy to lure the flayed ones into the open for study. So let's use Heki, and although I should probably double check because they can go to tier 3 now, right? I totally forgot about that. So he does have 2 more points to apply. You can do the Swarm. After this unit grants a positive status, generate 1 Dominion. When you reach Dominion level 5, all units will gain 2 movement. And when you hit Dominion level 10, end the cooldown on every unit's actions, and all allied units will gain another 2 movement. That's scary. That's scary. So what does he get at tier 3? He's get Canoptek Spider. So he gets another Spider. So he'll have 2 Spiders if he wants. Basically a bunch of Scarab farms on the field. And a Canoptek Wraith. He can get another unit of Canoptek Wraith. He'll have 3 of those things. Eventually a Hexmark Destroyer. Don't know what that is. And then a 3rd Canoptek Spider. This guy loves the spiders. Well, in a weird sort of way, I almost feel like... So Endless Swarm is very powerful. Definitely like that. I kind of want to push towards Dominion. At the end of this unit's turn, generate 3 Dominion. You just get straight flat Dominion, but I guess it's a little too late for that right now. I guess in the meantime, I will... Do I need more defenses for him? Probably not. Can I benefit from another Canoptek Spider at the moment? Probably not. I guess I'll just grab the Swarm so we get an additional passive effect. And instead of Endless Swarm, where when a Scarab is lost, there's a chance to resurrect it in the Lord's Court, I'll just get defense for now. And then when we get 2 more points after this, we can actually rise up to Dominion and get the passive. So that sounds like a plan. Go me. Thanks for talking that one through. Excellent. So we can actually see a tier 3 on a Chronomancer this time. We saw it on the Psychomancer, and he got Vengeful Stars. Oh, do they all get curses? Look at that. Okay, so I am curious. So here's a Technomancer. If I select a Technomancer, they all get curses at tier 3. Interesting. So that's the ability. You place it on an enemy. All attacks against that enemy for the rest of the turn will deal an extra damage, which is huge for multi-attacks. And then you'll also get 2 more Dominion when they die. So that's just something you get across the board. I mean, it's a very useful skill, very powerful. Usually it's something you got to unlock here. Look, Vengeful Stars right here. It'll be interesting to see if they've got... I'm assuming they've got different cooldowns. If you've got this one and this one as to get access to. I mean, that's kind of cool. I mean, you'll have a lot of curses everywhere, let me tell you. Canoptek Wraith can actually buff up as well. So right now we've got movement, we've got the Transdimensional Beamer, which is great to exterminate all the Electro Priests and stuff like that. On tier 3, you can get improved dodge. Wow. So right now by normally, they get 15% chance to dodge twice per turn. This is going to make it 30, if I read that correctly. That's crazy. We've got Agile, cannot be the subject of attacks of opportunity. That's nice hit and run. And then we got Stealth, suffer -1 damage from range attacks. Honestly, if we're just dodging, maybe that's the way we go. So let's just make our Canoptek Wraiths even more durable, which would be awesome. So now they've got 30% dodge instead of 15 twice per turn. We have access to new Cursed Stars out here. And for our Immortals, we can get Unlock Number is Legion. After the unit is killed, it has a 20% chance to resurrect in its Lord's Court after the skirmish with 50% HP. Once we pick up this, I would imagine we're going to have less deaths, if any at all, because after every skirmish, all of your non-leader units will gain 1 HP. And I think that's more critical than this one, Royal Resilience, where your leader recovers 2 HP at the end of each skirmish. You can be a little more aggressive with Amoka as an example, but mostly because you've got that little flag option in the missions, and you can actually restore 50% HP at that juncture. So, you know, priority-wise, I think, you know, we'll be okay. And then Reanimation Protocol, the Immortals will come back faster. I don't know if that's a priority right now. For death marks, you can get even more dodge. So right now they got a 50% chance to dodge. You can make them even dodgier. You can get +1 maximum damage. I mean, that's always nice. And then +1 weapon range. I don't think they're lacking in range. I think maximum damage is awesome because their Synaptic Disintegrator has heavy as a property. So you always roll maximum damage if you're not moving, and teleportation does not count as moving. So I think focused is the way to go. That's a very powerful upgrade. So focused right there, and then maybe if we're behind cover, we get extra range and defense. If we have stealth, we -1 damage from range attacks. Nope, we'll just keep the 15% dodge, get max damage. That's awesome. Yeah, max damage for the win for sure. And then we got another set of Canoptek Wraiths. Let's just make them even dodgier. And we still have 50 living metal. Yes, getting expensive. More armor for the Canoptek Wraith. That's huge. Armor is the immutable. It's not the blue shield bar. It's the armor. And all those units are now upgraded to tier 3 except for the Immortals. I'm going to save that living metal just in case. And I like the setup we got going on. Let's get into Skin and Bones with Heki. Here we go.
Vargard, you have executed your functions with commendable diligence.
Thank you.
Despite the failings of Nemesis Hecumhebe and our lost Pharaoh.
Okay, not thank you. This guy is... They all pull politics into this, don't they? They've always got to tweak the perspective a little bit. They can't just say, you did a good job. I enjoy your service. Hopefully over time, you will learn to trust me and we'll develop a good working relationship. Instead, he goes, you did a good job. Really sucks that the other leaders that you have to interact with are real incompetent fools, right? And then later he can just take that as ammunition, go to the other guys and say, did you hear what Nevershaw said about you? Man, she said your living metal's made of squishier stuff than a sponge. I don't like this guy.
As is my duty and my honor, Grand Vizier.
The only correct response.
Yet, I sense you share my dissatisfaction with the blunt stratagems of our courtly superiors. We require a weapon to sow terror into the underdeveloped minds of the invaders, to cast the shadow of death where they believe themselves safest. I speak, of course, of the Flayed Ones.
Flayed Ones aren't the strength of Heki though, right?
The Flayed Ones are a disease, Grand Vizier. They may be a terrible weapon, but they are insane, unbound by royal authority. Their appetite for carnage is their only reliable aspect.
Well, I guess the question is, what would you rather have over for dinner? Would you rather invite a Flayed One? Or would you rather invite over a Destroyer? I don't know what the right answer is to that. One would just want to get rid of all the atoms in the room, including yourself and the food. And then the other would probably just go crazy. Who knows? Yeah, see, he's already talking crap about the other nobles. Yeah, and then right to your face, which means you either have to... He's expecting you to respond. There's an expectation there, and then you have to take sides. It's bad.
The paucity of received wisdom blinds you to their potential. Flayed Ones have overtaken a failed tomb structure close to a route used by human convoys. I believe the Flayer curse draws its victims to sites of slaughter, so it should be simple to lure out a significant horde for study.
I must counsel against this, Grand Vizier.
Do not be bound by the conventions of our fallen lord, Vargard. You see a hopeless cause. I see a conundrum to be cracked. Now, go and create our calamity. Once you bring forth the Flayed Ones, I can begin observations.
In an interesting manner, I feel like Heki's a good match for this task, because if we've got to fight a lot of Flayed Ones, they get to attack twice when they're attacking a unit with 50% HP or less. Heki will allow you to maintain above that threshold, so you're not suffering as much damage. So I'm hoping that is going to be a good matchup for us. Let's go. Assault an enemy convoy to lure out flayed ones. So, oh, look, passives. Canoptech, Scarab Swarm in this Lord's Court, and Nano Swarm summoned by this Lord gain +1 HP. That includes the Canoptech Spider right here. And when we're at Dominion level 5, they'll summon it at 5+1. And we can see that the Scarab Swarms deal +1 max damage for every 2 HP this unit has. So the 6 actually matters, which is awesome. So let's go ahead and get ourselves a Canoptech Spider. I think chaining through flayed ones is probably not as necessary. It's more like pinpoint damage. So we'll get all of our pinpoint tools. We have, if I were to take Immortals, that would allow us to take 1 Scarab. I guess it's good to have as a backup, and then I'll go ahead and have 1 Scarab, and we'll move from there. There it is, yeah. Hey, Elia, thank you. Oh my goodness, you're right. 5 months, that's crazy. I feel like you've been around a lot longer. So thank you so much, and happy Tuesday, yeah. High five. Facilitate study of the flayed ones we need to... Oh, wow, this is a longer one. There's going to be 3 fights, 3 skirmishes.
By ever greater misgivings. Nevershah could not yet defy the will of the Eupatridae openly. Instead, she sought a target likely to deny her the magnitude of bloodshed flayed ones reveled in, and selected an Adeptus Mechanicus convoy ferrying materials plundered from our world.
Can we at least recover the materials?
The convoy will be at its most vulnerable at this point, devoid of air cover.
Oh, that's true.
Reinforcements. We must strike with great shock and speed. The enemy shall have no choice but to flee before us.
Timberborn's awesome.
Their stolen cargo.
Nevershah had many potential means of deploying the Royal Guard for the ambush, and with her great tactical acumen, she selected the one most certain to result in victory. Moving Minefield. Send Canoptech Scarabs into the convoy's path, commanded to sacrifice themselves explosively underneath the first targets. This will destroy the lead vehicles and alert the survivors, forcing them to flee. Target priority. Use long-range fire to eliminate the crew of the rearmost vehicles harassing the convoy, forcing it onwards. And false flag. Falsify a distress call from an Adeptus Mechanicus unit, luring the convoy further away from the infested tomb as it attempts to render aid. Let's be real. As we've seen from Scaevola in the prologue, Adeptus Mechanicus, if you tell them someone's in distress, they'll be like, can I get any good loot from it? Is there any decent information still acquisitional? So I don't know if false flag's gonna work. Now, moving Minefield involves me sacrificing some of our guys. I'm gonna use target priority, and hopefully that'll get them to push forward and run into a bunch of flayed ones. So let's do this, yeah. Thank you, ALB.
Disintegrator fire shredded the minds of the vehicle crews, bringing the
Can I watch?
a shuddering halt. As the Royal Guard rushed to engage, covering fire continued to rain down on the invaders.
Herded like the animals they are. Close in and engage.
Hey, Mongi, good to see you. We get a trait for the next engagement, +1 maximum damage for the first turn. That's awesome. Excellent. As we push in on that convoy and chase it down. Yeah. So far, so good, Amagi. We had to try twice to take the Forge City, but we managed to do it in the end with Amuka. And now we're actually at tier 3, so we can experience a whole new set of units and capabilities. And we're on our way to the next tier, tier 4, which I think is the maximum, which will be really cool because they've got some Hexmark destroyers and stuff like that.
The Vanguard's force continued to perform for Jepka's satisfaction. They fell upon the shocked convoy with a deadly swiftness.
I can't tell if that's a Rhino or if that's like an Eldari vehicle. What is... Oh, what is this? Legit. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen an Adeptus Mechanicus Trent. That's cool. It's like a cross between a Rhino and a Thunderhawk's chassis, and I don't know what to make of this. I don't know what all of these prongs are out the top, like lightning rods. Yeah, I did try BTA 36-2. Impressive and anemic, but still a lot of room to grow upwards. Hey, Sumgurk, what's your overall view on the game? Seems up my alley. Looking at the reviews, it's mixed. Watching the 2 hours, though, it has me intrigued. I guess it depends. I mean, if you've played Mechanicus 1, I've only played a little bit of it. It doesn't have the same, like, leader customization, and it doesn't have the same sort of looting gameplay. where if you like to acquire equipment, which I do as well, you can then take that equipment, customize your own tech priest, and adjust it to be the way that you like it. In this case, you've got sort of more fixed linear dialogue and fixed linear paths, and you've got unique lords with sort of more fixed upgrade paths as well. But if you like lore and you like the opportunity to try a lot of new things without having to min-max too much, I feel like it's actually a fun game. It's just a very different game. Does that make sense? So I think expectation of a continuation of the first one may lead to that mixed reception, just because it's not that it's a bad game, it's just not maybe not an evolution of the previous one. At least that's my initial impression. But then again, who am I to talk about it? Yeah. Mechanicus 1 is tech priest matter the most. Yes, it's a Scorpicus Dune Rider. I do. This vessel. I've never seen it before. It's really cool. Yeah, I haven't played the first one. To be coming at it fresh. Well, feel free to watch as much as you want. I have this for all the bonds are available. You just click through, see if it seems like it's up your alley, and if it is, then go for it. And if not, then don't worry about it. There's a lot of games coming out, right? So what are we dealing with right now? Facilitate study of the flayed ones. We've got a Ruststalker Princeps. We've got a Ruststalker. These are nasty in melee. Definitely want to get rid of them before they get there. We've got triple Vanguards. That's the exposed irradiated. We got more Ruststalkers, Vanguard, Ruststalkers, and Vanguard. So a lot of Vanguard, a lot of Ruststalkers. Anyone who deploys here better be really, really strong. So let's kind of stay together and utilize this choke point here in order to control the engagement and utilize our, like, single target damage to really dish out the hurt is my hope. We have a Canoptek Spider. If I guess they come in on us, that's fine. He'll probably get blasted. And then I've got the Chronomancer that has an aura for defended, I believe. So if I put him down, you can see that we've got an additional shield in place as long as everyone is within that aura. I can get death marks to pinpoint damage. So we'll get our 2 new death marks with a +1 maximum damage in order to try to dish out the hurt to the Ruststalkers. We've got our immortals to chain through, but I don't think we're going to get much advantage out of that. And a bunch of Canoptek Wraiths that are really dodgy now, which is pretty darn epic. So we'll just kind of come in like that. So just come in hard. Everyone's defended here. I can actually even bring the Canoptek Spider back this away. And if I adjust this so that it actually has room to move, that'd be awesome. So let me just make a little space. One thing I wish I could do is like swap positions instead of needing to cycle people out and then in. Does that make sense? Because you kind of have to move something somewhere else before you can do something else with it, right? And then we'll get our Canoptek Wraith here, and hopefully we'll get enough Dominion that should suffice. So let's end the turn and deploy, yeah. Not necessarily. I mean, it didn't do as well as I thought it would. But I'm definitely open to it if the bunnies are still interested in it. There's a bunch of series that I'm interested in playing. There's a bunch of games that come out. Like, obviously, I want to be available for Zero Company when it comes out. I hear that's going to be in August. There's new DLC coming out for Rogue Trader that we're going to be playing on Thursday, so we get to preview that. That's big thanks to Owlcat. And then maybe they might even give us a preview on the next title after that. And then obviously we just started Star Sector, and there's so many games to play. As Zero Company, I definitely want to play that for sure. So no matter what I'm playing at that time, I don't want to be in a spot where I feel bad about stopping the series, if that makes any sense. Yeah, how to show interest in the Discord totally works. All right, well let's keep dishing out the hurt here. So we've got the Ruststalker Princeps right here. If we stay still, we can deal extra damage. We should have the focused buff now, right? If I go to Death Mark, take a look, just double check. Death Mark, focus, +1 max damage. It's actually 3 turns over, so he's going to be dealing 5. So I can put Vengeful Stars on the Ruststalker Princeps in the front. Apply that. He's the next to go, actually, so good to know. This is the next guy up. We'll blast him in the face. Big ol' hit, but not enough, obviously. He'll be able to close that gap. And his range, he's not close enough to hit the death mark, so we'll just stand in place. He can shoot at him, but we'll just end the turn. And he gets to go next, moving as fast as he can, hits the Canoptek Spider, deals some damage, but we can recover, no problem. After that, we've got the other Ruststalker out this way. I mean, I guess we could hit this guy. We could hit the Automaton Claws like this. It's 3 to 6, so highly likely we'll finish him. There it is. Beautiful. And then we've got the particle beamer, which is an AoE. Unfortunately, we had to stay still in order to do our attack. It ended the turn. So I'm going to summon a Scarab Hive, and we'll just kind of move to screen. We are not at Dominion level 5 yet, so it's only coming in with 3+1, so it's 4 health, and we'll end the turn. That inserts the Canoptek Scarab in the turn order. We're going to go in and push it on up. We're not close enough to get an attack in, but, you know, it should serve as a distraction. Vanguard pushes up, gets an exposure, +1 damage, shot on, and a clear. New Gundam came coming out, too. I mean, man, we're eating well. We're eating really well, aren't we? That's pretty impressive, if you ask me. All right, Chronomancer. Well, we can do Divination. That's going to stop incoming damage. We can Curse and we can Blast. Curse and Blast with an Aeon Stave. It's 1 to 2 twice over. That could be actually really powerful. So, what's the range on this? It's 6. So, in theory, I'm in range, I think. Like, if I come up this way, can I hit him? No, I can't. It's an AoE. Fair enough. Let's come all the way up on the diagonal. I should be able to reach. I can almost reach 2, not quite. Can I reach with a curse? I can't reach with a curse. Oh man, that did not go well for me. Well, I guess I'll just place a regular plate, mark the lead Ruststalker on the order. He's perturbed. That's great. So cannot make more than 1 action per turn. He either moves or he attacks, and attacking is not what he's going to do. So that's great. In the meantime, I guess I'll put Divination on myself because we're the most extended, the most likely to be attacked and end the turn. I didn't realize I was too far out there.
Observing the field.
For the death marks, we're not quite close enough. So the good news is I can just teleport over here, and I will be able to remove that guy from the field. So let's just get the Synaptic Disintegrator and blast him for a guaranteed 5. And that enemy's down and end the turn. Anyone in the background is basically going to waste their turn, which is great news. And we basically have 3 Wraiths and Heki himself. Well, let's take Heki. We're going to move on over. We're going to heal up Swarm's Embrace to the Canoptek Spider. And then I'm going to throw out a Mimic Beacon. So we're going to go in an Osteoclave Fulcrum. So it's actually a reinforcement portal. We can now reinforce from that spot, but it's also present on the battlefield. And apparently, it also gets the defense from the Chronomancer, so it has 2 shields instead of 1, and they definitely seem to like to attack it out of range and end the turn. So this Vanguard is probably gonna... Oh, he's exposing the Chronomancer, and that's what he did. Okay, fair enough. Not quite what I was expecting, but I guess that is what it is. Let's just come out, do a layup along the outside, end the turn. Vanguard's up. Shot on the portal, nice. It's already tanking up a storm. And they do have assault weapons, so that is something that we need to be aware of, that they can move and shoot and move in whatever order that they wish. Vanguard in the distance, and then we've got just the one remaining, so in our own Canoptek Wraith. So let's just push it up as far as we can. End the turn. Probably shot on portal. And that's a drop of portal. Perfect. High five. It served the purpose. It served the purpose, my guys. Okay, so next up is going to be this Vanguard. After that, they got this Ruststalker. Well, the Canoptek Spider is blocked right now, so I should probably get in their face. I guess I could... Okay, I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna push right up on the Vanguard. We're then gonna Vengeful Stars for +1 damage. We're gonna smack him in the face and completely destroy him. Oh, I thought it was enough. And then I guess we'll pass through him. And now he will be destroyed. We're going to preempt damage on the Ruststalker. And then end the turn. So now we've got 2 opportunities to clear that Ruststalker before it can go. This Ruststalker in the background is able to close the gap. If we can somehow, I guess, impede him, that'd be great. But I don't think we've got the tools for that. Looks like our Canoptek Spider can move up. And we can do an AoE plate. I mean, that's kind of helpful. Let's get the Canoptek Spider in their face. We'll go in and place a Particle Beamer. Place it on the Skitarii Vanguard. Excellent. That is so good. So good. What a unit indeed. And I just need to land a solid shot. How much health? 4. I don't have precision, so I just need to check ranges. So if I stand... here. There's cover. If I stand right here on the diagonal from Heki, I should be able to land a solid 4 and guarantee the kill. So let's go ahead and teleport on the diagonal from Heki and then attack at maximum range. Nice. Focus damage +5. High 5. Enemy down and clear. Then it's coming to the Ruststalker. Only one in range is our Canoptech Wraith, but that's not too bad. After that, Vanguard. After that, Vanguard in the front. So we've already softened them up. Won't be able to take this guy out. So let's focus on the Vanguard instead. So we've got Heki, Canoptech Wraiths. This guy's got the range to close. We would need to stay on the diagonal from these guys in order to stay away from all the hurt. So let's just push in, blast a guy. We will then... Oop, the range is here. Yep. I guess we'll give him 2 chances to attack. He just has to choose which Wraith to attack. And then hit this guy. Excellent. That guy's out. Beautiful. We're now at Dominion level 6. So the next time we summon in a Scarab Swarm, it's going to be awesome. Oh, nice. We dodged one of the 2 attacks. The next time we summon in a Scarab Swarm, it's going to come in at full health, at 6 health, and it's going to be dealing +3 damage instead of the norm, right? I suppose then we've got this other Vanguard. So let's just walk up, smack him, provide shielding to the front line. It's going to be great for us. So kind of the good news is we can just do a curse on him because it's actually his tier 3 cooldown. Smack him, get more Dominion out of it. Oh, we were so... Oh, no, that was enough. Got 4 Dominion out of it. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. And then we got a Wraith. We got Heki. Got our Death Mark. All right, perfect. So it's just Vanguard in the mid-center and then the left. Well, unfortunately, I have to walk. So let's just walk up behind cover. Not in range for Vengeful Star, so we'll just send a blast. It was just a 2. It wasn't a 5 because it wasn't... We didn't stand still. We moved. We'll go ahead and move in next with our Wraith. I'm just trying to think, how can I get the most out of this? Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go in with a Wraith before we get into melee. That's going to allow us to utilize the Transdimensional Beamer. He's got 6 health. We're going to attack Vicious Claws. So that's probably enough. I'll just go ahead and do a Vengeful Stars. It'll allow us to get more Dominion on kill. We'll start with the Transdimensional Beamer, hit him for a solid amount. We'll Wraith form into melee and then finish him in melee. It probably wasn't necessary to do all of that, but we got a lot of Dominion out of it, and now we're Dominion level 7. Got a little extra shielding. We've been exposed, +1 damage, sends a shot, and we dodge. Actually, we took the hit, but we're irradiated on tick. And I'm just going to move up with Heki. Range, we're out of range. Let's just put a Spectral Relocation. That's another like relocation portal for us, but it has a presence on the battlefield, and see if it draws his attention. So expose the Chronomancer. Shot the Chronomancer. Chronomancer takes 4, unfortunately. So they didn't go for a portal. Did not go for the portal. Good news is we have the cooldown on Swarm's Embrace. Because of the Dominion level, we can now heal for extra, and he's back on his feet. Just like that, and Heki shows why he's the king of sustain. So with just these 2 Vanguard left, we might be coming out in pretty good shape, actually. I'm curious. I don't remember. Has anyone been... Yeah, or this Canoptech Wraith is damaged, unfortunately. So we'll just, you know, work with what we got. That's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll just kind of move through. We'll Wraith form through 1 Vanguard, get a little extra damage, smack this guy in the face, kill that guy. The Wraith shoot that guy, and Bob's your uncle. High 5. So we don't have it yet. We don't have the ability to get +1 HP after every skirmish for every non-leader unit. That would be perfect here. Hey, Dad, it's good to see you. High 5. Happy Tuesday.
Preparing a defensive position.
A curse on these stubborn aliens. Even lowly beasts recognize they must flee when death lifts its scythe. Advance to the front of the convoy. Shatter their defenses and force them to understand the futility of resistance. We shall deny Jabka his slaughter yet.
Interesting. So as much as we're, I guess, placating or I guess acquiescing to Jebka's request, we are also hampering the data gathering that he wants to get. So we're getting involved and not allowing the flayed ones to have the best, I guess, science for science moment possible with the humans. We're sort of getting in the way. So very, very nice. Yeah, if you're joining us right now, we're currently on the last of the missions that we're aware of, the critical paths, in order to sort of, I guess, ingratiate ourselves with the current Eupatridae, which are the generals and advisors to the former pharaoh of the Sankhotep dynasty. Wow, that is a mouthful. That is a serious mouthful. We've got 2 more skirmishes, this one and the next. So what are we dealing with? We've got more Rust Stalkers on the right. So a lot of melee. We're talking about 6 Rust Stalkers, the nastiest melee I've seen so far. We've got Vanguard behind cover. That's 4 of them, all with a radiation, and a Vanguard out in the open. So 5 and 6, that's 11 melee right. And cover with debuffs on the left side. Are there additional deployment areas? No, there are not. God, that is nasty. I cannot imagine I'd want to be anywhere near that. Well, clearing that cover would be great. We do have some AoE. We do have the Immortals able to chain. They might actually come in handy here because they can actually destroy cover as well. So that's a plus. Having the Chronomancer in the middle to extend the defensive shield that gives +1 shielding to everyone within the aura. And everyone in this deployment zone will be in the aura. Canoptech Spider probably should be as close as possible. You can put a big old plate right on top of the Vanguard. Maybe clear that a little bit. We'll get some Immortals to lean to the left side. And then if anyone's going to absorb any sort of melee punishment, I would imagine the Wraiths are going to be in the best position to do so. And then we can have a couple of death marks to start picking off the enemy. Now, where do I need all the Immortals? I probably don't. So I'm going to clear one and get in a second Wraith, just because they're so gosh darn useful. And then we'll leave a little space in the deployment so we can move. There it is. All right, so where are we at? So we don't know who goes next. The Canoptech Spider could place a big old plate there. The Immortal could blast the cover. I think I should probably start with that. So let's do this. We're gonna blast the cover, zap those guys. Now they're standing out in the open. That's excellent. And we can still relocate should we choose. I think I'll just stay centralized in this mob of Necron and end the turn. So Ruststalkers through the fire. Interesting choice there. He decided to go into the fire. I don't know if I would have done that, but to each their own. To each their own. We got our death marks. We don't have line of sight here. We have our Canoptech. We have the particle beamer. We can just move a little closer and then start blasting people. Let's, I guess, lean over to the right side. They'll probably start hammering our spider pretty heavily. I'm going to stay out of the fire. I could also Vengeful Stars to begin, so let's hit that Ruststalker, +1 damage on them, and Particle Beamer will ignore defense and armor, and we'll just get them marked on the timeline and get the tick started on them. We'll go in and summon up a Scarab Hive in order to get in their way and hopefully detonate ourselves upon them. We've got Dominion level 3, so we can do it right off the bat and end the turn. They get to go immediately, which is awesome, and we'll stand right in the middle. We will smack and hope that they don't dodge it. They didn't dodge, but that sucks. And we've got 4 health, and if we self-destruct, we can deal 4. And we can high five. Beautiful. Got the extra 2 Dominion from the kill. Fantastic. Archelon, thank you so much for the redemption to hydrate. And just because you're here, I will think about my posture. Appreciate it. And Prost, bunnies. Prost. We have this engagement and the next one in order to clear the critical path. Yeah. Big Booty Judy says, I can't haft all this booty around because I got good posture. Well, my goodness, I should take after Big Booty Judy. Sounds like she's got the right idea. Well, these guys aren't going. That guy already committed. These 2 aren't going either. So let's see. Chronomancer. We have an AoE as well. So let's, I guess, just start moving up in a reserved sort of fashion, and we'll just start smacking some guys. So we'll Wraith form through. We lose defended as a state. Hit this guy. He dodged both the attacks, but now each unit only gets 2 dodges per turn. So we've depleted that, and we'll get back here so we can actually pick up the defense from the Chronomancer. Hamster Wrath, welcome, Raiders. You're joining us right now. We're currently going through the last of the critical paths for the Eupatridae. Hopefully you're doing well, and happy Tuesday, yeah? What are you guys playing today? I think the last time that we were, I heard from you, you were playing the like a Wild Wild West type of game, like a co-op or something like that. I know it's got overwhelmingly positive reviews. I took a look at it just because of you, actually. So it sounds awesome. Hopefully you're doing well. Yeah. What in the absolute Emperor's disgrace is this? Oh, we're maybe helping the Necron as a lead-in. So as for the bunnies that did not hear, I was just contacted by Alcat. We'll get to preview the new DLC for Rogue Trader, which involves Trazyn the Infinite, and that's going to be this Thursday. So a little bit of change of schedule, but it's nice to play as the Necron right before that. So that's what we're doing at the moment. Yeah, playing Helldivers 2. Nice, high five. Wyatt as a toaster is on vacation. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. You're a mechanical catechin or something. Yeah, well, I don't know if we're something. We're something. Right now, they've got a lot of melee, and the Mechanicus is quite deadly, and they're not welcoming to our kind, unfortunately. Now, this guy's got 3. Fortunately, we've got specialists that can dish out the juice. All we need is the right angle. So I'm actually going to teleport just one over to maintain maximum health or maximum damage, and we'll send a solid guaranteed 5 that executes the guy on the order. We don't have to worry about any sort of irradiated debuffs from the Vanguard out there. Trazyn the absolutely stealing the strategic relocation of all the Imperium's goodies. Is that right? Yes. Super strategic. A lot of relocation is what I'm hearing out of all of this. All right, well, let's push up the defensive aura with the Chronomancer. We're going to go ahead and put the Aeon Stave, and we're going to get good value for our money. Actually, before we do that, let's go ahead and put a curse on these guys for extra, I guess, extra damage. And when we kill one of them, they'll give us 2 more Dominion to move us forward on the Dominion level scale. Hit and mark. Okay, so Perturbed is nice. Perturbed is going to make them only move or attack, not do both. So since they're melee only, all we got to do is clear the guy in melee as the priority, and I think we're going to be in a good spot. So in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and mark up this Canoptech Wraith as a divination target, so it's a shield against any damage on the next attack, and we'll end turn. Yeah, Trazyn is the biggest thief, unless you count the newest Blood Raven aspirant. Yes, I've heard songs the bunnies have told me about, for sure. Trevor, the infinite cheeky pickpocket. Well, apparently he's got a loot vault, and we get to go and check it out. Doesn't that sound awesome? If you're a thief, you gotta have a place to keep the loot, and I'm definitely interested in where you keep the loot. That's all I gotta say. Well, on that note, this guy's got 4, so we definitely want to maintain our maximum damage. And let's blast that guy, drop him off the turn order, and then we've got 2. They're mostly in the background there. So let's just focus on the guys on the right side. So we got Heki, and we've got additional melee opportunities. Well, let's come in. We'll smack this guy. That guy's out of there. Beautiful. Everyone. So at Dominion level 5, with our new passive, it gives all of the bunnies, every allied unit on the field, accelerated, which is +2 movement. And then you get the same thing and more at Dominion level 10. So we just hit Dominion level 5 for the first time with that passive. As you can see, every single one of the units now is accelerated for the next turn. +2 movement, so we get faster, more aggressive, in their face. It's a good time all around. We're going to go ahead and apply another Vengeful Stars. I'll put it right on the guy next door. And then all we got to do is stay out of their range, because those guys are perturbed and they're unable to take advantage of a movement action and a weapon action. And then we can just blast someone in the background since he's burning, and hopefully that burn tick will get us a good result. He has more than that. Solemn Mace is basically honeycomb with vault. What's Solemn Mace? Is that a location? Yeah. He's got artifacts and people from all over galactic history. Canoptech, Tombstalker in the loot, maybe. Oh, that'd be one. I wouldn't mind an upgrade to our Canoptech anything. And then we got Heki. So is anyone injured that would require our assistance? The Canoptech Spider has 1 health missing. So maybe I wait until one of us is damaged a little more, so that we don't have to worry about that cooldown, and we're just going to go in and push it on up. And I guess blast this gentleman just for the fun of it. Excellent. So now he'll just have to sit there and think about what he did, and we'll put a portal out here as a mimic beacon so that the enemy will try to attack it. And now it's a little beefier because our Chronomancer has an aura to give it more shields. Amazing. It belongs in a museum, said Trazyn the Infinite. It belongs in my museum specifically. That's what I'm hearing. Trazyn the Infinite, keeper and curator of his own museum. Everything belongs in it. So many things in the museum, none of which belong to anyone else anymore. Just his get in my museum. Yes, get in my museum and my museum only. All right, well, let's see what we got. I guess we can get a little more aggressive. We'll go in and push and finish this guy. That guy's out. We'll go in and execute that guy. That guy's off the table. Wonderful. And hang tight. Then we've just got the 3 on the left side. This guy can move and shoot. I'm going to wait to heal on the Canoptech Spider unless that guy's going. Well, I could wait for him to get a little closer. Let's let him do his attack. I think that's fine. What I can do... Oh, I've got a cooldown on Chronometron. I was going to put Divination on this and then hopefully shield him from any damage, but that did not work. So I guess in the meantime, I'll just... The Rust Stalker can move how close? It can move close enough. So let's shoot the Rust Stalker for 5 and we'll end the turn. This guy moves up, probably shoots the Chrono... Oh, expose the Chronomancer, shoots the Canoptech Spider. Spider takes 1. And now we got an opportunity to dish out even more hurt because I can actually heal that off first, right? I also have our Immortals. Immortals can chain. Oh, that's awesome. Excellent. Chain that, my guys. Super Immortal, Super Tesla friendly. Trazyn steals. It's a strategically takes equipment to alternative locations, specifically his museum. Give himself all the stuff only for his museum. It is required by Trazyn law. This guy is a real character, it seems. I don't know if I trust him. It seems like he's got a very different understanding of what, you know, I don't know, like serving the people of 40k means. Let's... All right, come out to the side. We're going to go in and apply, I guess, a buff here. That's +1 damage against this Vanguard. We're about to do an AoE. It normally only deals 2, but now, in theory, it could be enough to kill. Excellent. High five. Wow, that's scary. It'd be a real shame if all your friends died now all at the same time, wouldn't it? Well, that's lovely. My goodness, that sucks for that guy. Let's pull away, or I guess we can get right in his face, right? Yeah, that'll be have to move through burning. That's fine. We don't mind moving through burning. We'll get our Canoptech Wraith. No, that guy already went. It's this guy. He has not gone yet. Perfect. Let's do this. Yeah, be fair, it's less his museum, more his personal historical collection. Well, you know, everyone's got to start somewhere. Might as well start in your own historical collection. Just like that guy's life belongs to the Bunny League now. Oh, we can still move? Oh, that's awesome. Get a line, shoot that guy. Wonderful. Rust Stalker, eat that. Eat your heart out. He's mostly a historian and is trying to preserve things and people of importance because he doesn't want them to be lost in the endless wars in the galaxy. Well, you know, I mean, do as Trazyn would do. Go out there and take every last living thing and preserve them in your own personal vault of preservation. I don't know. That seems somewhat self-serving. All right, let's move up, smack this guy. And now all that's left is, in fact, the Rust Stalker and the turn. I suppose here, let's get Hecky. I'm gonna go ahead and heal off on the Canoptech Spider, bring him back up to 11 out of 12, so that's a plus. We'll get in closer like this, and then we'll blast this guy a little tick of damage, and now we only need 1 more tick of damage and we will be good to go. Now the problem is I don't have my cooldowns available for my death marks, so unfortunately I'm you know what, it might not matter. I just have to... Oh, yeah, that's good. High five. Very nice. Control the damage. There it is. Trazyn's treasures is said to include a Thunder Warrior. Oh, wow. Possibly even Arik Tyrannus, the Wraithbone Choir of an entire craft world, the head of Sebastian Thor, and possibly Vulcan of the Salamanders. He's a hoarder. Never. Okay. Never have I ever heard someone say, you know what I could really use in my living room? The head of Sebastian. You know, that way I know that I am now the new headmaster of Trazyn's museum. that does not seem like he's preserving history. He's like, well, historically speaking, his head was separated from the rest of his body right at this very moment. It's a critical juncture in history. Oh, my goodness.
These animals seem determined to provide bloodshed for Jepka's hubris. Make quick work of
We've
them.
got one more skirmish after this. We're in a good state right now. Trazin preserving things in the spirit of the British Empire. That is, loading things ain't nailed down, and we couldn't remove it with a Necron sonic screwdriver. It ain't nailed down. Wait, 100% he's doing it for himself because he likes his collection. Doesn't he also have a clone of the Primarch of the Emperor? Oh my god, why?
Mechanicus troops gathered around the foremost vehicle of the convoy, setting up hasty firing positions. Rad-saturated gunfire fell among the Royal Guard as they approached.
Obviously, we're fighting against the Vanguard because they said radiation saturated.
There's no pause. Close with the foe and scatter them.
Nevershaw issued brilliantly refined orders to the Royal Guard, even as the enemy sought to saturate them with fire. Headlong. Ignore survival and defensive protocols to move as rapidly as possible towards the enemy, breaking them through shock. Outflank. Move off the roadway through the surrounding terrain to circumvent the enemy's defenses, forcing them to flee. Figurehead. Have the Lord of the Royal Guard lead the charge in person, shattering all resistance with their awesome presence. You know, something tells me that that's probably not the best choice. Now, outflank sounds fair. You know, if you're able to catch yourself in an ambush, you probably want to move in one direction as quickly as possible and then, you know, force a redefinition of the front line. But headlong is not too bad either, because you're kind of doing the same thing. You're just kind of, I guess, charging forward. Although you're ignoring survival defensive protocols. Maybe we'll try outflank, even though it's risky. Let's do it. At least we can recover with healing.
Gave the enemy time to prepare their firing positions further, and when the Royal Guard marched out of the roadside terrain, the Adeptus Mechanicus thought themselves...
Oh, that does not sound good.
Yet, as Nevershaw's reserves bypassed their defenses, despair gripped their primitive minds.
You lost a unit. Oh, that's not good. Additional deployment zone next skirmish, but you lost a unit. I don't know which unit I lost. Oh, I guess I lost one of the Immortals, it seems. Hopefully I don't have to pay for that afterwards. That's annoying, yeah. Oh, wow. So, hey, Hamster, thanks so much for the raid. Hopefully you have a good rest, and we'll catch you on the next one. High five. Yeah, headlong sounds like DFA. They're space British Egyptians. I remember that thing, if I remember right, it was a case of the Emperor's Children.
Stormed the front vehicle in defiance of all reason. The Adeptus Mechanicus had chosen to make a futile last stand rather than flee before the wrath of their betters.
So be it. Jepka will not be satisfied until every heartbeat is silenced. Press home the blade and end this.
I suppose if we're the ones doing the ending of lives, then Jebka loses his opportunity to study all the flayed ones. So that's, in a weird sort of way, getting back at him at the same time. And it looks like we've got two different angles. We can actually have a small deployment zone on this side where we can get ultra aggressive with our people, right? So we could shove a Canoptek spider right in their rear. That always is lovely. That's definitely one way to do it. Or we could also get two Canoptek wraiths, which is just terrifying amounts of output in one place. That's awesome. And then we can lead the charge with our Canoptek spider on this side. So that's excellent. I'll get our two... If I get our death marks, we can teleport into cover, and if I keep enough distance, then hopefully they won't get blasted immediately. I'll get the Chronomancer for shielding. That's always, always helpful. And then we've got one more point. We can get another Canoptek Wraith or an Immortal for chain. I don't think we'll need the chain, so I'm going to get another Canoptek Wraith. Honestly, they're like one of my favorite units in the game at this point, and we will deploy in place. Yeah. I forgot he stole a Custodes. This guy steals everything. Man did not trust the clone at all. Holy moly, this guy is stealing everything. My goodness. Well, let's keep it rolling. We do have an AoE plate. That's always useful. These guys are probably going to try to take cover behind this cover. So if we blow up the cover, and then it's not something they can take cover behind, right? So we'll tuck up to the edge. We can do a Vengeful Star. So we've got a Vanguard. Let's get the guy maybe on the... who's taking cover right here. So we'll take an extra point of damage. We'll place a plate right on top of him. Can I destroy the cover as well? If I were to shortchange the damage to people, I'll just destroy some of the cover. There it is. So we destroy some of the cover, leave a little bit left over. If I want, I can attack the cover just because I don't like their cover. And then we'll summon in some scarabs and we're good to go. Excellent. Forget the Custodes. Trazyn as a Krork in power armor. I heard. I heard. I had no idea this guy's such a freaking klepto. My God. All right, smack the guy going next. Dash his hopes and his dreams, and then we'll wait in place to trigger the attack of opportunity. So he's going to have to move. Bite him in the butt. There it is. High five. Wasn't that your cover? I don't use cover. Unfortunately, I can't really hide behind cover like the Adeptus Mechanicus, so we just make sure they don't have it. That's the plan. That's the whole plan. Just you don't get cover, you don't get cover, nobody gets cover, and that gives us an advantage. All right, there is a Vanguard Alpha out here, so let's start assaulting their position. So we're gonna get on the side, and we'll Wraith form it right through to create space for the next guy, and then we'll smack this guy in the face. Excellent. And we will end the turn. Beautiful. Rustalker full movement doesn't make it in time yet. You say klepto, I say a collector with an acquired taste. Covers for the fleshy bit, yeah. One of the joke things was straight up Abaddon's arms, because some old Abaddon kept losing his arms. Dude, that's a new level of that is a new level of hoarding. Holy crap. That's that I don't even know what to say about that. Like, look, I don't need someone's head and I don't need someone's arms, because let's be real, he's got his own, right? It's just because he wants, well, I guess because I want it is a good enough excuse for most people. So yeah, I guess that kind of jives, I suppose. No, but HB, I want it. Okay, Trazyn. Okay, Trazyn, seems like you can have, in fact, that guy's head, his arm, and maybe even a toe. He's got a functional webway portal. Well, why didn't someone just take a webway portal into his private museum and go to town and steal and, you know, strategically relocate his assets? You know what I mean? Because that seems like just desserts, if you ask me, yeah? I remember Trazyn having an entire Marine Terminator company or something like that. This is becoming an urban legend at this point. We were just talking, if you missed it, we were just talking about Warhammer lore and how it has a wonderful, wonderful way of having different perspectives that are flawed. And it's kind of interesting because here it's like, you know, I heard that the Emperor's not in the Golden Throne. In fact, Trazyn himself was able to take the real Emperor and deposit a mannequin that drinks up all of the Psyker's black tears. It's kind of like going over to the local theater and going to the lobby and then talking to the electromechanical fortune teller out there where you insert a quarter, and next thing it's like an old school 8-ball that says, "This belongs to Trazyn, deposit it in his personal museum." You're like, you don't even know what I was talking about. This belongs to Trazyn. Okay, I guess it belongs to Trazyn. Zoltar, that's right, Radinox, you're right. Well, you know, we got a lot to do. Didn't realize that Trazyn was so diabolical. My goodness. Here, we'll just put a plate right on. Toss it around the corner. There it is. He's super perturbed now. Can only take one action yet. Somebody needs to tell the Orc freebooters about this treasure hoard. No kidding. If I could tell myself in the future about this treasure hoard, I'd have already been there. It's actually a true fact that Abaddon isn't real. He's in fact a fancy weapon stand because, well, Trazyn stole Drachnine. I don't even know what that is, but I'm sure it's pretty nasty. Vengeful Stars put it all over that guy. All right, Vanguard is exposing this summoned scarab. Don't even care. And they execute him. There's a reason why Trazyn's nicknamed the Collected. Isn't he the Collector, or was he collected? You know what I mean? Like, it sounds like he's the Collector and not the Collected, but I mean, I guess to each their own, I suppose. Let's see, I got our shots on. We can teleport. It's this guy in the back, and then we've got this guy who's kneeling. Well, you know, if we move into a prime spot, I can do a +1. It's 2 to 4. No, I want to guarantee that damage. So I'm going to actually use the teleport to maintain heavy, and we'll execute this gentleman right here. And now we've hit Dominion level 5. Every single one of our units now gets +2 movement for the turn, which is insane. Dodge 1, take 1 hit. Yeah. It's actually a demon who's decided to take the shape of a sword. Man, this is... The Warhammer 40k world is awesome. All right, let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. I'm going to do a little drive-by. So I'm going to come on in. We'll splash that guy like that. We'll move in like this. I'm going to Vengeful Stars that guy because he hasn't gone yet. We'll blast this guy. And then we will dash right into him so we're in melee range and end the turn. High fleet and entire fleet, except that really backfired. Man, you'd think all of it would backfire. It's actually quite impressive that it hasn't backfired already, you know what I mean? If you ask me, it should have been Backfire City. This museum is, I mean, he has no safety protocols whatsoever in place. Everything is just going downhill at this point. It's just all over the place. He also has the Raven Guard and the Salamanders that are still in conflict. And you know what? Them being in conflict, I bet, really freaking helps their posture. Let that sing in, Big Booty Judy. Really help their posture. Only the eternal conflict will help their posture more than anybody could possibly assist us with. Let's just push it on over with Hecky. And we're here to dish out the hurt. I'm going to go ahead and toss out an Osteoclave Fulcrum. And then I am worried that this Ruststalker might move to attack Hecky, and he's our leader. So I'm going to go ahead and make a wall of portals right there. That's right. I did it. I spent Dominion level just so I could make a wall of portals, which will distract our enemy more than anyone has a right to be distracted. We'll blast this Vanguard in the face that actually accidentally left a hole in the wall. My bad. And I suppose I could heal, but I'll wait till next turn, end the turn. There it is. So we lose our acceleration. They're moving on our wraiths. It's 2v2, but ours are better than theirs. That's just the truth. Didn't Trazyn throw a few Hive Lords at another Lord and joked if he wanted to kill him, he'd have sent more? And then the two go back to the planet it happened on, only to find out, oh no, the planet now has a Gene Stealer cult. Dude, that's kind of crazy. In a weird sort of way, he's kind of a game master, isn't he? You know, if you've ever played AD&D, you know the Game Master has all the tools. They've got the models, they've got the rule book, they've got all this stuff, and he's like, you came to attack me, huh? Well, seems like all of a sudden an ambush appeared. Look, it's the Salamanders and the Raven. Like he just conjures stuff up out of his museum, and next thing you know, his bag of tricks is extended once again. He's like, oh, I guess I'll add your entire Marine chapter to my vault. That's the dude has an ossified husk of a 40k. What? I didn't even know there was a mind flayer in 40k, let alone he's got it. Well, I mean, let's be real. At this point, he's got everything. That's ludicrous. Who would have thought anything else other than that? Let's go ahead and blast this Ruststalker. That's clear. And we're on the move. Get in there and let's blast some more guys. Yeah. He also has guardsmen from 300 years in the future who are supposed to warn Lord Solar Macarius. Well, that's not preserving history now, is it? Well, I guess that's to be determined, right? Because, you know, maybe it's history because he stopped the warning. Trazyn doing some real Tzinchian level shenanigans. Yeah, no kidding. My goodness. Tzin should be very pleased with what he's accomplished. What a guy. All right, just keep smacking. I'm not even looking anymore. Our guys are just handling business. This is this is ludicrous. Here, let's see. Who needs a heal? You need a heal. Okay, Hecky, make it happen. Get in as close as possible. You've got extended range. You can heal for 4. You're now... Oh, we're not... I forgot. I used the Dominion level to summon a wall that I'm not using. So we're almost at full. And attack that guy. There it is. High five.
It is done. Fortunately, it seems we drew out no Flayer horde. Let us hope the Grand Vizier is satisfied with this slaughter.
I know he's not going to be.
Indeed I am. Be not concerned, Vanguard. My experiment was anything but a failure.
Did you just say, and if you go, you get Hotel California? Because you ain't never leaving, that's right. Oh, yeah, living it up at the Hotel Trazyn the Infinite is what... This, I love you, bunnies, thank you.
Grand Vizier, I had not expected you would leave your research to watch such petty destruction.
But Vargard, destruction is research. These flayed ones may not have made an appearance that you could perceive, but I detected unique energy signatures from our abandoned tomb. They are watching, and with a little prompting, we will soon see their ghoulish tide sweeping over those who would challenge our dynasty.
What? You know what? That's weird. I don't know. Is it just me? So Jebka basically had said before this mission, he said, you know what? I want to study the flayed ones. Why don't you go attack the Humies? Why don't you assault their convoy? And the flayed ones will have no choice because they're so focused on flaying flesh. They'll come out. I'll be able to study the carnage that they wreak, kind of like a storm chaser or something like that. And then we go through, we're going to do the killing. That's obviously the flayed ones didn't come out. And then he comes in and he says, oh, but the experiment was a success because they didn't come out. I've learned so much about them not coming out. Either he's the greatest spinster ever, or he's the type of guy that will change the rules when you're playing Monopoly and say Park Place and Boardwalk are the least valuable properties on the entire board. And he'll say, no, actually, it seems every time you pass go, I win and you lose. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works, Jebka, and you need to go back to primary school. There it is, yeah. Okay, well, wonder victory it is, despite the failure overall, makes sense. And we did have to sacrifice a unit when we did one of the events, so that's why we've got one in reanimation right now, yeah. You can leave, kind of. Trazin had an Inquisitor and a retinue, but they escaped somehow. I mean, is he going to let that slide, though? Does he know about it? See, that's the thing, is if your collection grows too large and you don't have a good inventory system, then how do you keep track if you're missing anything? You know what I mean? It's kind of like playing Warehouse 13, except he's got Warehouse 156, and he has no inventory system.
While my research into the flayed ones continues, I would explore other methods of waging a subtler war than my fellow Eupatridae. The Royal Guard, being a small force with reasonably competent leadership, may prove suitable for such operations.
As ever, Grand Vizier, I am at the dynasty's command.
Always playing the part.
I would have you conduct an exploratory mission. An experiment in the field, if you will. The humans have constructed bases behind their lines from which their ramshackle winged craft launch strikes against us. Your force will infiltrate and destroy one such site to gauge how these creatures detect and respond to our operations.
So we're like the Necron Rangers now doing airfield raids?
Such a target will be well defended and distanced from our zones of dominion. It will present certain challenges.
What about Exterminatus?
So much the better, Vargard. Every crude tripwire you encounter will be recorded in my archives for those who follow in your footsteps.
He's trying to get us killed. 100%. He's trying to get us killed. In the Inquisitor leaving because he left a way out for her to find it was a game to him, right? Oh, never mind. He released her and a bunch of Imperial forces to help Acadia when it fell. I think he's a bit busy. I'm surprised he has a bride to the Emperor. Oh, what? Oh my god. He's got the Adeptus Sororitas as well. Area denial. Aid in probing the enemy's detection techniques for Cryptek Jebka. It's going to get us more eminence as well as other things. If I put Amuka in it, then that will buy us more time and we'll get more points. So that's always a benefit. So great point. That's going to be really nice to have. So let's double check our sub quests out here. Awaken a Tomb Complex. We can get Obasis. That's perfect. We've got Awaken the Dynasty. That's going to get us more research tech. So we'll do that for Ominek. That's 3 turns, so long time. And we got the standard assignment. We've already assigned Fakon too. Then after that, we've got one more actual territory reclamation, and then it's going to finish up the last of the critical path. So let's go over to our upgrade path. We want to keep moving towards Deathless Legions. That's a critical point where we can actually start to heal after each skirmish. So we're now pushing over to the tier 3 area where I assume we'll start to move towards tier 4. So excellent. on that one. We also have locked in a new Dominion level, so we're constantly going to be upgrading our Dominion level as we just passively play. For Heki, we can come in at the end of this unit's turn, generate 3 Dominion. I mean, that's a really, really nice pickup, so we're going to go ahead and grab that. It looks like it's only 1 turn to get this sacrificed Immortal back, so that's very powerful. It's probably because of the 2 upgrades that we had to Reanimatrix, so that's excellent. And then Phacon's got 1 point as well, and I suppose I'll just give him defense for now before we dig into something else. For Amuka, we have 1 more turn, and I realized that he's got a lot of people offline right now. Can we make it through without it? I have a feeling he's going to be good without all those people. We can probably make it. He'll get 1 more eminence, reclaim your territory on the planet. Sure. Or I could switch out Phacon instead and try out the Locust Heavy Destroyer some more. Maybe it makes sense to do that because this is already in fighting order, and we'll just let the passive play out a little more. All right, we're gonna change up the order a little bit. I'm having a second thought about it. As much as I love Amuka, I'd have to work with less, unfortunately. Yeah. Phacon's here, so let's area denial. If I switch, can I unassign him? Continue area denial. Oh, I can't. He's assigned. He's locked in. Never mind. Okay, I gotta go in with Amuka. That's fine. We'll manage. We'll manage. Let's take a look at the upgrades right here. So for the Triarch Praetorians, I guess I could spend some living metal. I've just been avoiding it. So let's get our upgrades. So it's gonna cost 10, and we'll be able to do Vengeful Stars Curse out here, and that's gonna get our Plasmancer with his aura of damage on the move. That's gonna be great. And then after that, we've got our Immortals. I don't really like upgrading to tier 3 for our Immortals and our Necron Warrior. I feel like I don't use them as much. They're not as unique as the other things. For the Scorpic Destroyer, the Charge, that's a huge upgrade. So one of the biggest issues with the Scorpic Destroyer is just, it's not only is it huge, but even though it can move pretty quickly, it just can't close that gap. Now we get Whirling Onslaught, so we get a 3-turn cooldown charge that's huge. We can increase our movement, but with the charge, I'm hoping that's not going to be needed. So now we can actually close the gap and get a hit and another strike. So that's a lot of burst damage in one move. I suppose I could spend some 10. The Canoptech Wraiths I like using, obviously. I'd have to spend 20 just to get them online, and then in order to get tier 3, I'd have to spend 20 more. So that'd bring me down to 5 living metal. Wow, I'm glad that we've been earning extra living metal, because that's kind of ludicrous. That's a little bit scary. I mean, we could also buff up the flayed ones as well and utilize them more. Maybe that's another strategy that we could do while we're waiting for some of the other stuff to come back. So I'm actually going to try something a little bit different. So I'm going to upgrade our 1 Triarch Praetorian and more hit points, strong defense. This unit's defenses cannot be bypassed. So the shields, they can't just defense down us. Reanimation protocol is decreased by 1 or extra hit points. I mean, the hit points are really nice because they're very, very tanky when they're in the front position, but I'll try strong defense just to protect the defense that they get. We got a Plasmancer, Scorpic Destroyer. The Immortal I'm just going to keep as is. The Canoptech Wraith, I'm going to buff them because I definitely want more dodge. We saw that play out well before. Yeah. Gauche Vandir had created a massively corrupt church. The Lords of Terra eventually launched a crusade to take down Vandir and reestablish a Church of Terra. His personal bodyguard unit was a Bride of the Emperor and Amazonian-like unit. I mean, that sounds awesome. I'm curious if anyone made models of them. I'd imagine that they have in the tabletop. That'd be nuts to see, for sure. And out of all of them, do I want to spend 10 plus 10? I'm gonna try without, and we'll try to make it through without it. So let's save, because obviously we're coming in a little underpowered, but if we can make it through, that'd be awesome, because it's going to get a little expensive. I'm obviously being a little bit miserly with the points. It'd be much safer if I just spent the points, but you know how it goes. Dominion level lock for the mission. I'm just going to come in with 1 territory reclamation, reclaim your territory on the planet. What is this icon? Actually, wait, what is that icon? Have we seen that before? I don't know why that looks different. Am I just imagining something? And I don't know any of the enemies. Okay, well, cross your fingers and hope for the best. Select the mission, living metal it is, and let's go. Seems weird. Okay, so it's going to cost us one Canoptic Wraith. We only have one of each. We got a Plasmancer, the new Charging Scorpec Destroyer. We're going to get our Immortals that are available to us. We got the Standard Warriors. Let's come in with the Flayed ones. I haven't buffed them too much, but we'll have 5 of them as disposable units out here, and let's go. They were later redubbed the Adeptus Sororitas, with the Sisters of Battle being the only combat-ready units the Church is allowed to have. Oh, nice. A chainsword-wielding priest notwithstanding. It looks like the League... The what? The League of Vol... Is that... What is this? Is this StarCraft with the Terran Marines? Votan? What... Do we know anything about them? I have never heard of them before. Space dwarfs? Oh, what? Oh no, Hearth owned. Oh my god, it's the Terran Marines, but dwarves. They like heavy weaponry. Yeah, but I'm coming in damage to this first engagement. Oh no, League of Votan, not squats. Yeah, well, let's take these not squats and hopefully they're... Brokir Thunderkin. We've got Hearthkin Warrior. This guy's got a big ol' Catonian Berserk. Well, I have an idea of what that guy does. We got Hearthkin Warrior. Brother Brokir Thunderkin. I'm guessing they both name the same thing. That guy's got a heavy bolter. That's definitely a heavy bolter. What the? No. Hearthkin Warrior, Catonian Berserk. So we've got 3 on one side, 3 here, 7 total. The lone unit count makes me think they're elites, and that is terrifying. He's got a space axe. Well, I definitely want to get in their face, and you know, I'll get Amoka here, and maybe we can charge the guy with a freaking heavy bolter. That's terrifying. We got a Triarch Praetorian. We've got the Plasmancer, and I don't know how far this guy can go. I guess if he's a dwarf, he can't walk that far yet. Prepare to get grudged. They're a resurrected retcon race. Basically, they crashed on the planet and found your technology, so claim your stuff as theirs. Mechanicus II is a League of Volta. Yeah, apparently. So I'm guessing it's a new perspective, because as far as I'm aware, in this game, there's 2 main campaigns you can play. There's the Necron and the Adeptus Mechanicus, but there's also a 3rd campaign which gets you the real ending after you finish the first 2. That's what I've heard, but I'm guessing you play as these guys? Is that... I mean, that's cool. I don't know what kinds of stuff they've got, but apparently you can maybe play as space dwarves, so... we'll get our Scorpec Destroyer. I mean, I guess there's the Berserk. I'll keep him... Oh, yeah, that's not good. Well, actually, you know what? What if I... Here, let's switch this up a little bit. I'm going to get Amoka. We're going to put him here, and he's going to charge the right side. We will have our Plasmancer behind some cover, just to provide a line of sight break. All the Triarch Praetorian here. We'll have the Canoptic Wraith. I'm going to put the Scorpec Destroyer here, and they're going to charge in here and start blasting that heavy bolter in the face with a Phase Reaper. We've got the Immortals. I'm going to hold off on deploying the Immortals. I will just get flayed ones to try to tank up whatever storm that we can, and hopefully absorb hits and stuff like that, and cross our fingers. Dear God, help us. Warhammer Fantasy has dwarf... Ooh, okay. No, hey, they ain't messing around. What is this guy? Whoa, back it up, my guy. Very dangerous. What is this? Okay, not cool. No bueno. If we... What's this charge look like? All right, pretty decent range there. Okay, if I'm through here, yeah, and the range is... That's 2 across, and you hit for 4. I will hit this, right? Okay, let's start out here. We'll get right in like this on the Scorpec Destroyer. We're going to use our new Whirling Onslaught and get in their face. So I only hit that guy. He's got, oh my god, 2 armor. Not even our lords have 2 freaking armor. So this guy, Brokir Thunderkin, has a Conversion Beamer. Oh, that's old school. Conversion Beamer, +1 damage at range 5 or more. So he wants to stay out of melee. Perfect. 2 to 4 damage. It has a 0.5 tile reach. It's got 8 range, and it bypasses all of your armor. Eye of the Ancestors. When this guy is killed, he inflicts a judgment stack on its killer. Judgment. If you have 1 stack, you suffer +1 maximum damage from all of the leagues of Votan. So confirm they are space dwarves. And if they've got 2 stacks, always suffer maximum damage from attacks made by the Leagues of Votann. Wow, that's... that sucks. So spread out the love, it appears. And then resilience, he's immune to weakened, impeded, and perturbed. That's great. Excellent, yeah. It's cool. It is. Asmondius, high five, yeah. So in real life, for a long while, squats were said to be extinct as the Tyranids ate their homeworld. They persisted anyways in fan-made creations till Games Workshop decided to bring them back with new lore and a such. Well, and a such indeed. I suppose I can potentially swing these two. So I'm going to use the Hungry Void. That's going to allow us to bypass defenses. And then we'll learn more about this Hearthican warrior. So we're going to get +2 damage on the melee, and hopefully they don't have dodge. Okay, so unfortunately, I did not learn much about the dead dwarf. I was kind of hoping that I'd be able to, inspect him, but all I can see is he's not as alive as he used to be. Now, do we have a stack of judgment on us? We have been judged. Wow, that is the most that... So I thought the dwarves, I thought the Dawi in Warhammer Fantasy were really grudge-filled. This guy's super grudge-filled. Like, he just got blasted with a giant Necron Reaper in the back of his head, doesn't even see it coming, and before he dies, he goes, you know what? Curse on you, and the curse on every one of your lineage right afterwards. Like, he has the time to do it, and he's got his own internal monologue and book of grudges built into his brain, even though he doesn't have to write it or anything like that. All the other Hearthkin know, and only... I mean, these guys are incredible. Honestly, they're very different. Yeah, League of Votann's basically TNT, small package, big boom, 3-foot tall power armor, carries a heavy bolter. Necrons have a habit of unaliving things. Experiment was a success. You kill them. Think if I remember right, squats do still exist. They're just few and far between. Well, definitely far fewer. And let's see, who's next? Another Berserker, and he did not get close enough. Okay. Obviously a little scary to tackle things that I have not tackled yet. At least the Berserkers have moved, so now it's these three range. Definitely want to get... Oh, attack of opportunity, that's horrible. How do I get past that? Well, the Triarch Praetorian would be phenomenal for this, right? So can we DFA these guys? Excellent. So I'm going to move it up to the right side, and then we're going to dabble and attack him from the face right here. So we should get some info on this Hearthican warrior. Even though we did 0 damage, he got 6 health, so we dealt 7. He's got 1. Wow, they do have armor innate. That's crazy. So here is the Hearthican warrior. They totally look like a different colored Terran Marine from StarCraft 1. Autok pattern bolter. They legit have Space Marine weapons. 2 to 3 damage, 8 range, assault weapons, so they can shoot, move whenever they want. Eye of the Ancestors for judgment, resilience to... Even their basic units are immune to perturb, weakness, and all that. Well... You know what? Let's try to... I'm glad that we now have Armor Crush. So defense down on this guy. Oh, wait a minute. It's the minion level 4, and then we have Armor Crush. That's unfortunate. Okay, we'll just keep blasting this guy, and he's mitigating so much freaking damage here. He's going to have to pull away. Oh, he's got 1 health, but... Ow! What? He's got Overwatch? What? Suppressing? No way. So not only did he blast us for half our health when this is one of the tankiest guys that we own, but he can shoot with the heavy bolter and then also put us in Overwatch with suppressive fire. And this dwarf's turn, and lock it in a turn order. At the start of its next turn, it will inflict horrendous damage and impede on units in the targeted area. 3 damage guaranteed. Oh my god. How do you feel about Star Sector? It was amazing. I'm super hooked on it now, for sure. And the more that I know the bunnies want to see it, I'll keep that in mind. Maybe we'll revisit that depending. Yeah. Thank you, Blue Slant. One of my favorite games to play and watch. Wondering if I'll be seeing more. Absolutely. If the bunnies want to see more, absolutely. Thank you for letting me know. The feedback's always helpful because otherwise I can't possibly, know otherwise, for sure. Well, I don't want to end in this area. Let's be real. That's very dangerous. And unfortunately, these Berserkers are very smartly placed so that I can't just wander by without the attacks of opportunity. I guess I can... I'd have to maneuver around like this and go wide, unfortunately. This guy is a little bit later in the order. This guy, oh, this guy gets to go again in this turn order. So he's literally going to shoot in a couple of turns unless I can deal with that now. Holy God, that's terrifying. Wow. Oh no. All right, who can reach then? Well, I mean, he's got... I need to deal 3 damage. I can definitely do that. I've got Dominion level 2. Living Light is not Dominion level 5, so I won't deal damage there. The Plasmic Lance can reach if I can get in range. What about Amuka? I can charge through the attack of opportunity. That's always a possibility, right? So if I extend here... No, I still can't reach. Because I can't line up a charge unless I trigger that attack of opportunity, and I don't know what they do yet. Not good yet. Are you a Subnautica player? This XCOM mod looks... Oh, what? Very, very different topics there. My brain is arrested a little bit. I do enjoy Subnautica, and I have... One second. You've fried my brain. One second. Let me just deal with this. If we charge in from here, I need to be a little closer. How many tile closer? 1, 2, at least 2, right? So if I move in with Amuka here, then charge in, I can land a hit. Let's go do that. He blocked the damage. 2 to 4. Please, please, please roll higher. Oh no! Okay, we've got a big issue here. That guy's going to fire suppressive fire, and I can't stop it. His armor is stopping us from actually clearing him from the field despite the presence of 1 health. Not even our Lord is getting in good hits here. Flayed One is going to have to run the attack of opportunity. They won't even make it. The Plasmancer, maybe, but if we're in melee with the Berserk, then I can't actually land a good hit. So I may just have to outrange and try our best. So I might get the Plasmancer and we'll just back up a little bit. So we're out of the suppressive fire. We can Living Light, because I haven't really messed with these guys yet. Chthonian Berserk. So that's defense down. So here's the Chthonian Berserk. So 8 health. He's got defense down right now. Heavy Plasma Axe. 3 to 5 damage in a 90-degree arc. That's nasty. Eye of the Ancestors. When killed, inflicts judgment, resilience, and he's got Last Strike. After suffering fatal damage from a melee attack, if he is able, he will melee attack you right back. Oh my God, yeah. It's a little bit management, a little bit of tactics on the screen, yeah. And I guess we'll curse this guy, and then we'll blast him. So it's +1 damage against the Berserk. And then we will Plasmic Lance and inflict Armor Crush. I wish I could... Well, I guess since this guy is closest to our flayed ones, let's put it on that Berserker. Armor Crush and the turn. Nice. That guy tried to move, and he's not moving anymore. Fantastic. And if we were to strike with a flayed one, we will attack twice, and we will get hit. So I need to put someone who's fresh enough to take the blow. So I'm going to come around like... Oh, no! Oh, no. Never mind. He's not fresh enough anymore. So if we hit this, we're basically dead. Gosh darn it. I should have just stopped right here, but I did not. Well, I mean... Do I still want to do it then? Does that matter? I forget. They do have reanimation protocol, so... But this guy still has to go. So I think I'm going to end my turn right here. Harthican pulls away. Sends a shot at our Lord instead. Wow, that sucks. That sucks. Did not play that well. And if I attack this guy, he's going to strike me back potentially for 5. We do have our Canoptech Wraith, so... I guess in theory we could execute. I could pass through, do the melee, but then I'm in range for the melee. I could, in theory... No, I'm not going to be close enough to hit that guy. If I'm here, I could... I'm going to go by this gentleman. But I think I have Agile turned on, right? Improved dodge, reanimation protocol, and fly. No, he will get attacks of opportunity if I leave his area of influence, yeah. How expendable are troops? Somewhat expendable, but I prefer not to rack up the bill for it, so to speak. I'm trying to save the living metal because we just unlocked a new tier where we can use it to upgrade stuff, so I'm trying to stay on top of that. I guess attacking this Berserk's difficult. If I move here, I could close the gap with ranged here. I'm just going to focus on the ranged instead. So I'm going to move here. Once I leave this tile, he's going to smack me for free. Not if I use Wraith Form, though. So I'm just going to get out of the suppressive fire. I'm going to hit... Oh, I have to hit the cover. Gosh darn it. All right, hit the cover then. It was in the way. And then we will just suck over on the diagonal and end turn. All right, Flayed 1 and Flayed 1. That's what we got. All right, so Flayed 1 has to go by. Or we just clear the suppressive fire entirely. Let's just clear the suppressive fire in the turn. And that guy's going to go. So no matter what, we're in trouble. So I'm going to... That's going to attack twice. That's a guaranteed kill, but he's going to hit us back. And it's in theory 3 to 5, so we'd have to roll a minimum on the last strike. So cross your fingers and hope for the best. Oh! Well, here's the thing. We've got reanimation. He does not. He does not. So it's this Berserker next. So he's going next. And then after that, it's going to be this gentleman if we can't clear him rightfully so. So we want to get rid of this guy at range if possible, because he's going to do horrible, horrible things to us. Plasmic Lance on melee, negative. Amaka is close by. Do we have the Tachyon Lance yet? We don't. Tachyon Lance comes online at Dominion level 5. We're only on Dominion level 3. Triarch Praetorian can do an execute. There's that. Canoptek Wraith is in melee right now, so we can't actually finish the job. I could strike from this position and hit this guy at range, but then he's going to come in and probably hit a Flayed 1. So I guess let's just try to move our damaged people out of the way. Or I could get the Scorpec Destroyer to at least hammer into someone else and just hope we deal enough damage. So there it is, yeah. Hey, Dereva, welcome, welcome, welcome. Raiders are joining us right now. We are currently just seeing a new faction. A bunch of space dwarves apparently have ambushed us, and I'm not in a strong place right now. So, are they Necron? Those berserkers look suspiciously fleshy. No. These guys are not Necron. We're the Necron, and let's be real, they're surprisingly judgy. These guys are super judgy. Every time they die, they judge us. It's quite an ordeal. Now, this guy's got massive armor. Our leader has been having trouble getting through that. Now, if we had Dominion level 4, we'd be able to crush that armor. We cannot at the moment, and we don't have the right tools to do it at them right now. If we do Vicious Claw, I mean, it's 2x2, but he's got 2 armor, so it's going to mitigate it entirely. All I need to do is 1 damage. So I'm basically rolling the dice here. I'm curious if he just stays still in place. I'm going to roll the dice, hope for the best. And he blocked it. Oh my god, not even our Lord can... Okay, well... Okay, so him doing suppressive fire immediately actually locks him in place, does the arc, and then at least he's sort of like not the issue at the moment. There it is. Yeah, this is terrifying. I don't know if this is not going well. These guys are having some trouble, huh? Okay, well that guy's gonna go. He needs to leave, and hopefully the Scorpec Destroyer is going to be able to hit him 1 for the road. So that's a plus. That guy already went, leaving this guy right next door. So let's focus on him and hope we can, you know, impart horrible, horrible damage to him and his people. So we're just going to come on this side, Vicious Claw this guy in the face. Actually, you know what? Just to really make sure we can land this one, we're going to do Hungry Void plus 2 damage per attack, and we're going to do massive strikes. There it is. So we cleared just enough with this armor. God, power armor is no joke at all. And then I'm going to come in. Oh, so here's the good news. We do have the transdimensional beamer, and I believe... Debated. Finally, execute specifically looks at the health and not the armor. Thank goodness we had a tool for it. I probably should have thought of that. Excellent. Yeah, play it once, never get back to it. That's oh, there it is. Okay, not bad, not bad. We got a chance to live here. So the only enemy on the field right now is this guy, and you just don't want to attack him and kill him in melee, it seems, right? Excellent. So how are we gonna do this? Well, we do have a particle caster, so let's just blast him a little bit. I can't get close enough here. We'll just get close enough so hopefully he's weakened. And the turn here. So there. Oh, Plasmancer is just 1 damage. My bad. This is a different Mancer. We'll push it on up. We are not close enough to do melee. And then it's just our Triarch Praetorian. Honestly, just particle cast him, blast him for 2, and the turn. All right. So where are we at? So he gets to go in 1. So we need to finish him right the heck now. How are we going to do that? Plasmic Lance is 2 to 5. And we can do Living Light, defense down. And we can do Curse. I can also do 2 to 3 and melee and phase through. We can Wrath's Onslaught to charge. This guy's got a big ol' hit, but he's going to strike us right back. I'd rather not take the damage because we've got attrition to worry about. I'm going to use our Plasmancer because we also tick for 1, so I think this is a guaranteed kill. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Living Light. Just, it doesn't have defenses, but just put defense down just because I feel safe. I'm going to do Curse. So that's going to be +1 damage on him. And then I'm going to hit him with a ranged attack at 2 to 5. So that's going to be 3 to 6. 3 to 6. Nice. High five. Those guys are scary. Holy crap. That was the first of the skirmishes, and there's more. Oh my goodness. This is our damaged, I guess, Lord's retinue at the moment. This is terrifying. Dwarves are terrifying. Apparently, we come up against 4 new enemies in this sequence. So we will spend 5 living metal to resurrect a unit, or just get 10 dominion. Do I want to spend the living metal? Sure, I will. I haven't done that yet. We are getting 5 more because of Reclaim that we chose as a stratagem, so we might as well get another Triarch Praetorian. Sounds like we'll need it. A stretch of ground was strewn with body parts and blood stains. A great ruination had recently been visited on several humans, and the remains left to rot in the Kivrith soil. Explore. Humans are no true warriors, but their cybernetic soldiers would not be destroyed without a fight. Learn what killed them, lest it threaten your own forces. I'm pretty sure we know what killed them. I'm pretty sure it was space dwarves. Eradicate. Destroy the remains, leaving nothing behind. The humans will never learn what happened to these unfortunate members of their species, creating fear and suspicion, or horrify. Use the remains to create a terrifying tableau of bodies, making it appear the dead were deliberately displayed by whatever killed them. Is that a war crime? Because if it is, I'm definitely doing that. That's
Perhaps drawn by the stench of human blood, or the spectacle
oh, thank you, Zest.
the flayed one was drawn out of hiding to revel amid the scene of horror.
Oh, it was successful. Excellent.
This diseased thing is anathema to Necron purity, yet its appearance may not be an ill omen. If we can entice it to follow the royal guard,
This is normal for us.
against our foes until such
Sounds
time
like
as it is
arts and
inevitably
crafts.
destroyed, trying to sate its bloodlust.
As you can see, you know how Bob Ross is like, add a little bunny here, you know, add a tree over here. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I think everyone's got the hang of this. It's like, oh, we'll take a little blood smear here, put a little body part there. Just looking a little bit more like the Chaos Daemons intended. Use the remains to create a terrifying tableau. Unit recruited. We now have another flayed one to throw at the Legions of Voltan. Is it Legions or Legends? I think it's probably Legions, right? So we got, in theory, 1 more skirmish, and it is against them, but apparently there's 2 more units we have not seen yet. Do you enjoy playing as the Necron? Yeah, they're really good. They're really, really good. I didn't expect to like it so much, but the writing's really good. It's actually by Ben Counter, who is one of the authors for some of the 40K novels. He wrote the dialogue, and he did a good job with the nuance, I believe. So, okay, that's a lot of armor on the field. So right now we're looking at 6 space dwarves, 1 heavy Daka with 2 armor and health, and then we've got Harthican warrior. Make that 8. 8 space dwarves and 1 heavy Daka. Okay, fair enough. Well, I definitely want to get the Scorpic Destroyer in their face. That's a great way to dish out the initial hurt. If I get it here, he can move and then charge, but I don't think he'll be able to make it in time. I might have to get Amoka in there instead. If we get him, I don't have any other skirmish positions that'll benefit from this. Here, he can, I think he can squeeze through, but I'm a little unsure. There's nothing blocking. Yeah, he should be able to get through because there's nothing blocking him here. So if he's positioned here, he can move up and maybe charge. Okay, we'll try it, but I don't know. I don't know for sure. I'll get Amoka here. The good news is, since they've all got bolters, they try to maintain distance in order to engage. So hopefully that's going to be a boon to us. The Plasmancer definitely wants to be close. Maybe I'll actually switch positions because Amoka can move quite far. I'm going to be as aggressive as I can on their range and hope that it benefits us. That's the idea. But Amoka must survive Otherwise, we're in trouble. For the ones we can't quite reach, I'll get a Triarch Praetorian out here. I got another... I'll get a Canoptech Wraith in order to phase through everything and just start wrecking havoc. Maybe like out this way, so got a straight line. Got a bunch of flayed ones. We've got Immortals, and they actually seem to be grouped up, so maybe that's going to be helpful. And then we've got one more. We can either get another Triarch Praetor. Let's get a flayed one right off the bat, because we got a free one. And let's deploy. Here we go, yeah. It's quite the number of judgy space dwarfs. It is. Wear that guy as a coat. Well, if it's a big guy in a little coat, we'll see how little their coat is. Here we go. So push up with the Scorpic Destroyer. Stay on the aggressive path. Decent hit with all the armor. And then we're going to Hungry Void for extra damage. Bypass the defenses. And come in with the biggest swing we can. Nice! High five! And oh, wow. So look at this guy's back. I didn't realize. Look at all of the detail. He's got all of this piping and stuff like that. I'm thinking it's like a servos or stuff like that. That's great. Wow, that took that right out. That's amazing. Hey, Des, thanks so much for hanging out. I hope you have a good rest, and we'll catch you on the next one, man. And again, reach out if you need anything, yeah? High five. Okay, so nice big hit there. Excellent. There's a nasty shot for 3. He does have assault, but let's not let that one stand. Obviously, I want to stay along the outside, so let's contest because I have no idea who's coming next. So let's push it on in, and we're gonna do a death from above. Dominion level 3, we're gonna get +1 damage, so it's a 1 to 3 damage range. But they both have armor, so we are fortunate to have rolled higher. That's fantastic. So let's crush some of that armor. Oh wait, we don't have Dominion level 4 yet, so I still can't crush it. I'm forgetting. And we'll kind of even that out across the way. There it is, in the turn. This guy's shooting, and we have 3 health left. Oh my god. We got 3 health. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Plasmancer, Amoka. Let's get Amoka in there. I mean, they can't... If we're aggressive enough, they can't kill all of us, right? Bunnies, they can't kill all of us. If I charge in here, that'll put me right next to an explosion. That doesn't seem like a good idea. If I put us here and I charge in... What's the range? I think it's very long, actually. I was kind of hoping I had enough mobility to get around the corner first. If I put him up here, he would. The Plasmancer at least has a radius to do 1 damage tick, and I think it ignores the armor. So I'm actually going to push him deep into the place, and I think I have all of these 5 dwarves under our influence, which is awesome. That guy's going next. Can't do too much about him in the moment. He's out of range. So what I can do is curse some of the guys who have not gone yet. So that's +1 damage on that guy. Inflict defense down, but honestly, they don't have any defense. It's just pure armor. And then we'll Plasmic Lance that guy in the face and hope it has a good effect. Oh, yeah. Wow, that's pretty good. Yeah, you know what? I like that. Excellent. All right, let's end the turn. All of us know we hide in the chat. Your dudes, though. Oh, that guy got out. We were 1 short. Don't say short. My bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean short. I didn't mean to say short. My bad. I know you're judging, but no short here. Honestly, I respect everything you gotta say. Okay, that's my fault. My fault. All right. Well, let's stay on top of things. Not because you're not super vertically stuffs. Don't worry about that. We'll get to it soon enough. You believe me. Here, let's deal with this. We'll pass through. No, I can't. There's cover there. Oh, I didn't realize there was cover there. Here, we'll smack that guy. That guy's out. Shot! That goes in the book. Yeah, they're gonna judge me whether they're like in the book or not. That's the problem. What if I hit this? I mean, that's a barrel and it's in the right place. Oh yeah. Okay, I expected the explosion and the burning. I did not expect the pillar falling on the burning dwarf. So now he's burning to take 1 tick of damage, and he's got 1 health. Not vertically endowed. Yes, not vertically endowed. That's definitely the right of it. All right, let's move. The good job, guys. Good job. This guy's coming. He's shooting our poor Scorpic Destroyer, who's almost dead. But it's all right. We got this made. This guy's going to tick for 1. I assume he's going to go down, so I'm probably not going to have to worry about that too much. Have our flayed one. If we're fast enough, not fast enough. Here, I'll just give him another opportunity to get hit. That guy goes. Oh, nope, he gets to go. I guess the tick happens afterwards. Okay, he burned for 3. That is ludicrous. He burned for 3. Do you have a mechanic? I have something akin to one, but they're just not here right now. They're not here right now. I decided to leave them at home. I'm kidding. No, I don't have one, unfortunately. Here, we'll just hang out. Beautiful. Love the art from the Immortal. And the turn. Hearth Can Warrior on the Canoptech Wraith. It's a good thing we got a little bit of health here to keep us alive. Sobief fell on him. Is he even shorter? Well, maybe more compact in different ways. Well, let's come out this way. We'll charge that guy. Oh, yep, there it is. Clear a path for the rest of us. Blast him with a War Scythe. Excellent. That's wonderful. And that's feeling much better now. So much clearer. Immortal push up. We're going to tag the guy in the distance, get 2 to 3. Oh, actually, I can't target him, but I can target what remains of the pillar. And because of the Tesla carbine, it's going to maybe deal some damage. Excellent. And now everyone is strengthened +1 damage on the next melee attack. Yeah. Mythbusters, compact. Yes, super compact. Only the best for the Bunny League. Let's get in here and show them what we're all about. There it is. Oh boy. Oh, I didn't see that was the next guy. My bad, guys. Wow, that's awesome. And then he burned. High five. Okay, did we live? Wow, I think we barely made it through, but I think we may have lived despite our first encounter with the dwarf. Nice. Territory reclamation. We spent 5 living metal. We got 25, so it's 20 a net. And we get another eminence point to upgrade. Good old Amuka, the injured, apparently. Oh boy, those guys are scary. I would assume that they've got more tools available to them. I'm just curious. Hopefully they don't have like, do any of the bunnies ever seen the Legion of Volton? Do they have like, I don't know, assault trooper dwarves with jetpacks and bolt pistols? Because that would suck. Because I would kind of expect that they're not fast.
Grand Vizier, I report our task complete.
I am in need of distraction. Relay the results with haste. What of my objectives?
I have witnessed the invaders make use of volatile chemical and plasma fuels. A brief search revealed a stockpile kept recklessly close to the base itself. My troops breached the containers and left the vermin to burn in their chemical flames.
We'll never let it be said that we didn't try to entertain Jebka.
The humans were unable to detect your ploy.
Oh, absolutely not. Super sneaky.
My choice of target bypassed the bulk of their defenses. One of their landing structures was put beyond use, along with several aircraft. I estimate the base will be inoperable for between 10 to 14 of Kivroth cycles.
That's a long time.
A shame you avoided so many potential sensors. But I suppose one must expect blind spots from creatures so blind in their ignorance. Such infiltration tactics have potential, especially compared to the wasteful military gestures of Nemes or Heku.
Oh, there he is, trying to start something.
And what of the flayed ones, Grand Vizier? The court speaks of extensive repairs to one of your laboratory catacombs. Is your research proceeding as you hoped?
Do not mention those foul things to me again. I have moved on from such notions. No, Vargard. Your force is the key to demonstrating the triumph of subtle wisdom over raw strength. There shall be many more such experiments to conduct.
My goodness, it sounds like by Jebka's own reactions to the question, his research is not going the way that he was hoping, as much as he wants to pretend that it is. That's really disappointing news.
Then I stand ready, Grand Vizier.
Excellent. I've got chin envy now. Don't we all after the Grand Vizier? Area denial. Aid in probing the enemy's detection techniques for cryptic Jebka. So this now concludes all of the critical paths, so it should be interesting to see what's available now.
Vargard, I have examined the coordinates you brought me. They refer to a location in a forested region that lies outside any current spheres of battle.
Oh, okay. So you remember when we went to go and find the super weapon and instead we found a Tesseract maze with a fragment of the Deceiver in it? Now, it seems like there was, before we found that Tesseract maze, we actually had sort of a note that's basically said, your princess is in another castle. Go there, fight Bowser, right? So in this case, it sounds like Kynox actually was able to decode and locate that location. So I would assume we're now moving to the next castle to find the actual super weapon, not the fragment of the Deceiver.
The Eupatridae have made no effort to secure this area. Then they are ignorant of its importance.
So it would seem. Regrettably, I am in much the same position. I have been unable to divine what might lie there. The only possible element of note is the non-human craft shot down by your efforts. Its trajectory traced a path toward this region.
Remember we shot down, I think it was like the first side mission that we did. We reclaimed a Gaussian destructor, like an orbital gun, where we could shoot into at a non-human spacecraft. And we shot it down and we're like, yay, we shot it down. And I'm like, yeah, but who was it? I'm guessing it was the Legion of Volton. I'm guessing we shot at dwarves and now they're pissed.
Coincidental, perhaps. Or the newcomers, whoever they were, had an interest in this location too. I must discover what Sankhotep wanted me to find there. Keep this location a secret, Cryptek. The Eupatridae cannot know of this.
Man, now I really want to know. I really want to know what the secret weapon is. So you've completed all of the critical paths and now there's 3 more. Okay, so first off, let's take a look. So how are we doing with our side quests, so to speak? So Awakened Tomb Complex, Phacon, we've got another one of the tomb complexes. We need 3 in order to get to the next Forge City. Reforge the Legions. We have no one present here, and that's going to get us more living metal, always helpful. Expand Lord's Influence. That's going to get us 2 eminence points for that person across 2 turns. So that's a great one for Phacon or one of our main fighters. And then we currently have Ominek, who's getting us another awakening point. We don't have any awakening points right here. We just acquired 2 points or 1 point for Amuka after what it is that we did. We've got the Lich card. We haven't had the Lich card yet. So actually Amuka's back online. Look at that. So on the next turn, he'll have a full complement available to him. And then he can get another Scorpic Destroyer. I'm going to go in and unlock the Lich Guard because that's awesome. And we can upgrade that. Apparently, they can get Last Strike. So if they fall, they'll strike back, and they've got long reach with their blades. They've got no escape. They can make unlimited attacks of opportunity per round. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. What's crazy is them being in range to Amuka gives Amuka more defense and more shield. So if they're next to Amuka, or at least close by, and they're leading the way, Amuka's just dealing the damage. They're just ticking on people nonstop, endless attacks of opportunity. It would be really cool if we had access to... There's another ability, This is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. Aggressive defense. When an enemy unit moves into melee range, this unit makes an attack of opportunity against it. Normally, you only get 1, which is why I've kind of veered away from it, because we unlocked it previously in the command protocols. If I go to Phacon as an example and I mouse over, I think it's on here, Killing Search. Gain Last Strike and Aggressive Defense. So you can give it to somebody on a cooldown, to 1 unit, and essentially someone enters their radius, they smack them 1. Hopefully it's a decent smack. The problem is they only get 1 of them. So if you're surrounded by enemies, you only attack 1, a bunch of other people come, you're not attacking any of them. However, that breaks at tier 4 with the Lich Guard, because then the Lich Guard are able to actually get unlimited attacks of opportunity with no escape. So now anyone entering or leaving are basically in Hotel California. That's awesome. You're all over newest pages of the Book of Grudges. Pretty sure by the NHB is going to be the Books of Grudges. Well, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Well, we got 55 points. Let's see what we can accomplish as we've got about 15 minutes left in the stream. So if we want to attack with anyone, Heki's fine, Phacon's fine. Let's play with Phacon, because Phacon has access to the new and mythic Exterminator, and it would be nice to play with that a little more. I do enjoy that. That's awesome. And he's also got a point to spend. So who else can he apply it to? He's got more health for Necron warriors. He's got more health for himself, +1 maximum damage for himself, or a thunder. After using a skill, generate 2 dominion. Well, I guess I don't mind not having as much defense, and I'll push up just so that when we use our skills, we'll generate more dominion so we can actually deal more damage faster. That's nice. Yeah, pair it with the ability to have as many reactions as necessary. Yes, yes. It's going to be great. So one thing I noticed right here, so if we get 2 points more, there's Overlord's authority. So if I were to just say, you know, turn these off right here and put points up like this, it starts unlocking a second set of protocols and relics. So it looks like there's another relic slot on Overlord's Armory and another relic slot on Overlord's Authority, and we'll start to really stack up some gear and equipment. Now, I want to stick with the Enmitic Destroyer right now, the Enmitic, what's it called? The Exterminator, the big old Gatling Necron cannon, just because that's so much fun. But it's nice to know that there's room to grow. We've got 55 living metals. We just got to choose. Do we need the hit points or the implacable resilience? Probably not. Not on our destroyer. Probably not here as well. We already have tier 3, the death marks. I would like to upgrade the death marks so that they've got that maximum damage right there. So let's spend 20. I think that's very, 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 very... It just makes them more lethal. Our scarabs themselves can get more HP or more movement. I guess it's not at the threshold. Well, more HP is always useful. Actually, we can do that. If we bring the scarabs, what I can do is go hit points, and that's basically another damage. And when they self-destruct, they deal as much damage as they have health. So we're going to lose out on the HP, but we're going to be able to dish out more hurt when we are able to. So that's awesome. So let's just take that into the mix, and we'll start it from there. So we go out to the war map. Let's just get, I guess, Obasis involved somewhere. We'll do Reforge the Legions. It's going to get us more living metal. We'll put it on a basis right there. And then there's Awaken the Dynasty. Someone's assigned to that. Expand the Lord's Influence. This one will get us 2 points. We can get Hekian on it. Sure, we'll get Hekian on that one. It's going to be out of action for 2 turns, but that's okay. We'll manage. And then we got Critical Path Mission. So what are they? There's 3. Biological Fallacy. Eliminate Cryptic Nothus and end his experimentation. Oh, we're fighting against Special Necron out here. And then on the right side, Exquisite Corpse. Assassinate a Skitarii commander to aid Hekimheb's Legion, and we'll get Dynastic Awakening and Eminence. That's awesome. And then we got Eliminate Prime Hermetican Captrix. You'll also unlock a new command protocol for your lords. Okay. Why does this sound difficult? Can I... Maybe I should make sure we're a little more prepared. Do we have everything that we need? I think so. Heavy Destroyer, Immortals. I did not upgrade these Immortals. So I guess let's... I realized last time that I did not... I may not have come in as strong as I should have when the Legions of Voltan appeared. And that did not end well. So let's just make sure we got a little bit more ready. I feel a little bit better. Okay, let's save first. Let's save, because little unnerving. This is fine. And let's try to eliminate the Prime Hermeticon Captrix and unlock the Eternal Revenant. Here we go. It's probably going to be the last one that we do.
Human invaders relied upon their ruling tech priests, who possessed a rudimentary and superstitious understanding of various sciences. Without such specialists, the Skitarii hordes would surely be left impotent and directionless. Thus, Deathmarks and Canoptic spies sought out these tech priests across the battle zones of Kivroth, as Nevershah's royal guard took on the task of eliminating such valuable targets.
So we're targeting and assassinating their leaders, and I like how they say science with such disdain.
Cryptek, attend upon me. A tech priest target's location has been confirmed. They are animals to us, but by human standards, they are considered masters of their sciences.
Then this creature's elimination would be a most expedient measure on Advarkar.
Sounds good.
Our legions are too unwieldy to pursue such specific targets. The Royal Guard must be dispatched to engage and destroy them. See that it is done.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so let's get more living metal. That's awesome. Although I guess if we're going up against an assassinating people, we'll just stick with that and hope for the best. Maybe I'll... Do I want to push this further? No. Just, you never know what you're going to run into. So let's go Psychomancer for sure. I want to have access to both of the heavy weapons. We're going to go ahead and get our death marks on tap. We've got Scarabs, Immortals, Gaussian Blasters, Tesla Carbines. I guess it's nice to have the Tesla Carbines available. But then we can't get the Scarabs. Well, if we're assassinating people, being able to burst damage someone with Scarabs is very, very helpful. So... Man, we're really going in on the elites though, because then I can only get Scarabs. If I were to come in with the Immortals, then I can at least get a warrior as well. But that's 1 to 3 versus the Scarabs. Okay, I'm gonna grab the Scarabs. I'm gonna try something a little different. This is, oh wow, this is very elite heavy. This does not sound smart actually. I ideally would choose one or the other and pick up Immortals. Okay, I'm going to pick up Immortals, not get the Scarabs, get one Necron Warrior, because having some more backup would be great. All right, let's do it. Here we go. Cross your fingers and hope that's enough. Oh boy. Oh boy. Eliminate the Tech Priest target. Oh, there's one fight? I mean, I guess that's a plus, but... So this is a... Wait. So is this a... boss fight, or what is this? Because in the past, even if we did a Forge City Assault or something like that, they'd at least have... Oh no, there's a cinematic. Oh, this feels a lot like Dark Souls.
Target acquired. Execution doctrines in effect. Let's slip the cyber canids of war.
Mini boss fight? I guess? I don't know how many this is. Phacon must survive. You must kill Captrix. So the only target is Captrix. So Captrix doesn't seem that hard. I mean, each one of our death marks will deal 5 damage. So we can definitely overwhelm Captrix, I would imagine. But I can't really see what... Holy God! Okay, so I can see their abilities right off the bat. So Captrix, 12 health, 10 movement, 3 defense. Omniscient Axe bypasses all defense, armor, heavy for maximum damage if you do not move, and they can move and attack in any order that they see fit. Flechette Blaster, 4-tile radius, 4 times 0 to 2 damage. Pistol attack can be used in melee range. Assault properties. Analyze. Inflict exposed every 2 turns on an enemy unit, generating extra cognition points. Enemy suffers 1 damage from weapon actions and skills. Grav Wave Shock Mines. Are you kidding me? Plant a Grav Wave Shock Mine on each cell in the target area. A unit that enters a cell occupied by a Grav Wave Shock Mine immediately suffers immobilized and cannot move. Transinduction Body. Move to the target location, ignoring all ground effects, obstacles, all units. Inflict exposed on any units that you pass through. Stable translocation. Gain ethereal, accelerated, and What? Can ethereal. Captrix can move through other battlefield entities and cannot be the subject of any attacks of opportunity. Can move 2 tiles further, making that 12-tile mobility, and can never be the subject of attacks of opportunity in general. They have stealth. They suffer less damage from range attack. Oh no! I was counting on the death marks. Perfect vision. Has a 15% chance to dodge twice per turn and cannot be selected as a target of enemy unit weapon actions or skills. If the unit uses a weapon action, suffers damage, or is within range 2 of an enemy unit, this status will expire. So we need to do some kind of AoE or chain in order to take it in directly before we can expose them and actually target Captrix. This got a lot harder. Dodge, extra 50, so it's 30% dodge twice per turn. Improved dodge. Make that... I hope it doesn't stack with perfect vision, because that would be 45%, and then they've got agile, so they're not subject to attacks of opportunity. Okay, this is scary. She's an assassin. She gives all units the ability to move without taking attacks of opportunity. She's got Rust Stalkers. So Rust Stalker Princeps. Oh, they're behind us. We've got Infiltrators, infiltrator, and a leader. Okay, so we probably need to clear the rear, focus on the lady, and get out alive. We've got Fakon. Holy crap, it does all stack. Oh no. Well, the Psychomancer causes weakness. The Locust Heavy Destroyer, I think, is the Enmitic Exterminator. That's probably not as necessary as pinpoint damage. So if I get our Locust Heavy Destroyer in place and put him closer here, maybe I'll give him a little space, because we're going to need to eliminate this Infiltrator Princeps as soon as possible. We got a Necron Warrior, 2 Immortals, and we need death marks. Let's get the death marks on the field just for deployment point purposes. And then we need to choose another Locust Heavy Destroyer. We can't, that's going to cost us 2 to deploy, I believe, right? So if I cleared one, I can also get an Enmitic Exterminator on the field. Is that necessary? Well, I mean, what does that do again? Not this one, but this guy. Enmitic Exterminator, heavy rapid fire, +1 damage within half range after suffering. Well, the Enmitic Exterminator will allow us to hit her to get her out of Obscure, right? Because it says we can't target her until she takes damage. So the Enmitic Exterminator allows us to do an AoE, and so that actually means maybe that will be very valuable, actually. So let's get our Enmitic Exterminator centralized and closer, and then we will get our Gaussian Destructor. Actually, let's bring them in later. Someone's gonna die, I have a feeling. We need our death marks. Get as many death marks on the field as possible. So death mark it up, and we'll have a little bit of AoE chain. Or actually, let's have a, well, Necron Warriors close up, rapid fire +1. We'll do an Immortal right there. There it is. Okay. Now we just need to figure out the best places to be. We need to execute these guys. Let's get we'll get Fakon close by here. We're going to have our Psychomancer close by with the Aura. We'll have the Immortal on the right side to shield our leader. We'll have our death marks all located in one place. That's kind of scary, but, you know, hopefully they'll keep us safe. And clear the rear is solid advice often. Yes. All right, here we go. Killing her into the battle. Focus on her before she gets to your back. Okay, fair enough. Well, we have the Enmitic Exterminator. We can move up. We have precision. We'll do maximum damage, and we'll clear some cover. But at the same time, I can't clear multiples here. If we look at her movement, this is range 10, and her movement is 12. So she can definitely close the gap with us immediately. So us attacking before that happens maybe is a good idea. So if I bum it up like... Oh, God, they're just going to shred us to pieces, aren't they? We can't target her directly yet until we dish out damage, right? Yes. So if I come in exactly like that, let me do precision here. So it's going to do maximum damage, and we're going to deal 4 and use Enmitic Weapon. Can I get 3? There's 3. Send it. Nice. So we destroyed cover. We actually tagged her. So now she's no longer obscured, I believe, right? Yeah, she's got stealth, reduced damage from range attacks, but she's no longer obscured. Cannot be selected as a target. If the unit uses a weapon action, suffers damage, or is within range 2 of an enemy unit, the status expires. Okay, so she's actually targetable now, and we can see the Ruststalker is going next, and they're not close enough to attack. So not bad, not bad. You can target her now. Stealthily, a trigger ability she needs to use goes on cooldown after her using it. Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. Well, who's going after that? Probably guys towards the back. The Psychomancer, Harbinger of Despair. We've got Dominion level 2 right now. We can teleport and attack. I guess this Ruststalker moved already. As long as the Destroyer's here, we should be okay. So let's move up, and we'll try to focus on that lady, right? Oh, we can't target her because she's got a line of sight obstruction, unfortunately. I can at least target the guys in the back. Let's focus on the Princeps. Big ol' hit there, and they're a little later in the turn order, it seems. And the turn. We're behind cover. Oh, hang in there. Hang in there, buddy. Hang in there. Okay, shot to finish. Who's up next? This guy is later. This guy is coming soon, so we should probably get guns off the field. Let's do that. We're gonna get into cover. Oh no, I'm in melee. Bad. Send it. That's fine. That's fine. And we're at Dominion level 3. And end the turn. All right. Captrix is going. Accelerated, agile, ethereal. Oh, okay. She didn't move that far. Defense down on her fake con. Shot out. Completely blocked by the armor by your immortal. Not bad. Not bad. Okay. Not bad at all. Psychomancer. Who's up next? This guy. Let's finish the job. Let's finish the job. So we'll just... I'm not triggering attack of opportunity. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. They're within the radius. If I move in on the diagonal, then I also include this guy on weakened, so he's going to deal less damage. I'm going to curse so we can generate more dominion, and then we're going to abyssal lance and hope it's enough. Not quite enough. Not quite enough. Okay. Harbinger Despair impeded on a unit. Let's hold on that because I don't have enough dominion level to make it immobilize. And the turn.
Made manifest.
And it's this guy next. He doesn't have a dot, so we should probably take care of that. It's a lot for a death mark. So
All shall burn.
I can do Thunder's Verdict at dominion level 3. That'll deal 1 to 3. That's perfect. Send that. Excellent. He's now been cleared off the field. Captrix goes again. Oh my god, multiple turns per turn. No bueno. Right, curse it up. And start smacking. Start smacking. He dodged it. He gets one more dodge on this turn specifically. It's one of my favorite commanders is Mechanicus. She kills somebody or dashes reset. Attack with melee again. You can dash in and attack 4 times in a row. Oh my god. That's cool that you get access to her. That's scary that we have to fight her. We've got a shot. We cannot target her because she's currently ethereal. Well, that's not great. Well, let's get a shot on the Rust Stalker, execute the Rust Stalker, and we are going to relocate out of the way a little further and end the turn. Captrix passes through. We've been exposed. Oh my god! She's right on us! Oh boy, she's right on us. We teleport in reaction. She goes again. She's in on the immortal. She smacks the immortal and relocates again. She gets a shot off. Oh my god. She's no joke. Okay, so what's interesting is she still has ethereal, right? Accelerated agile, not a target of attack of opportunity. Perfect vision cannot be selected as if the unit uses a weapon action, suffers damage, or is within range of 2 of an enemy unit, this status expires. But I'm wondering why she's still sort of blurry. I'm hoping, can we target her? Can anyone target her? Like, okay, that's the only one who can go right now. I mean, I guess let's get to work on the Rust Stalker Princeps. I could be right here and get a shot on. Looks like I can. Right, come on in. Putting that name to the test. No kidding. Okay, I can shoot her. I can shoot her. Send it. And the defense mitigated. We dealt 1 and end the turn. Infiltrator shot on their immortal. Oh my god. And the immortal is stuck, but he'll get attacks of opportunity if he moves, so just stop right there. Holy crap, this girl's terrifying. Mr. Bunboss, guns off the field. Yeah, guns off the field. Okay. Well, the Psychomancer at least has the aura to put weakened, right? It just probably won't affect her. But it at least reduces the damage being done here, I believe. Yeah, weakened right here. So minus, reduce the damage by 1 instead. Perfect. Okay, she gets to go. Oh, so it's the Princeps very, very soon. We need to clear our heavy destroyer or they can't shoot the Enmitic Exterminator. So that's pretty important. We'll stand still, get a blast on the Princeps. And then we got another one here. This guy's going very, very soon. And we got a shot on. Drop that person. Excellent. More dominion level 4. And then Captrix gets to go and this infiltrator. Are we in line where we can hit both? Yes, but I'm also going to kill a lot of Necron. That's not a good trade. Not a good trade. Okay, well, fair enough. We've got melee that we can blast this guy with. We've got our Psychomancer. We've got Harbinger of Despair impeded. I think I just want to double check. They're immune to these effects, right? They've got they don't have resilience. Look at this. Dodge obscured, ethereal accelerated agile. They don't say resilience. So in theory, maybe we can put an effect on her and impede and at least cut the movement by half. I don't know if that is the case or not, but I can try. Harbinger of Despair. Impeded. It landed. Wow, it actually landed. That's awesome. So, in theory, she should be only be able to move for 6. That's at least a start. Okay, love the start. Fantastic. I am gonna close because we're not on cooldown here. I'm gonna do precision so that we can actually strike for 5, and we're gonna do the Abyssal Lance hit and at least try to hit the Infiltrator. We are now energized because we're now on Dominion level 5, so that means all of our next melee attacks will deal +1 damage if we're still alive and end the turn.
Patience.
Captrix, just exposed, +1 damage on the Immortal, and leaves. She's right in on the Heavy Destroyer. That should relocate the Death Mark on reaction. Thank God. Moves on the next Death Mark, hits that Death Mark. They should relocate on reaction. Oh, how useful is that? And she shoots the Heavy Destroyer, and thank God for the armor. That's awesome. Guy comes out around. Is he going for Fakon? Goes for Fakon, drops the defenses, but doesn't have enough damage to do what he needs to, and we've already reduced the damage with a weakened Dora, so he's only dishing out 1. Not too shabby. Okay, so it's Captrix next again, and then this guy. All right, so if we wanted to, we could blast Captrix right here, but it's only... it's 5. Let's hold on that one. It's going to... We don't have the defense down on it yet, right? If we take a look here, Staff of Light is just heavy, so maximum damage on melee. So, I mean, I guess that's a plus. Let's at least smack that guy. And that's all I got. That's why they're so annoying going to kill them and they disappear. Yeah, no kidding. Tesla Carbine, that's enough to clear that field. We can hit this and clear our own cover. And then we got our death marks. Honestly, let's try to blast... Well, we haven't hit Captrix yet. Who can go? These guys, we can attack Captrix here. Let's get a good hit. Nice. She'll have 9 health, no defense, end the turn. Focus on Captrix. Focus on Captrix. Can we get a shot? Yes, we can. Hit it. 5. She's got 4. She's got 4. End the turn. Captrix now goes.
Modus Venator.
Right back in. Goes at the Immortal, drops the Immortal. Shot to Fakon, but nice! But the weakened Aura is paying off there. 0 to 2 on the range. Not too shabby. And they've got the Infiltrator right here. Well, who else? Got just our Enmitic Exterminator right now. Let's go ahead and just... Can I hit that hard enough? No, I'm going to hit my own. Now, if I move out this way, I might... Here, I'm gonna move this way just so that I don't hit my own people. And we're gonna... Oh, I'm gonna hit the death mark. Do I care, though? Yeah, I care. I care. Okay, let's just shoot this guy, and we'll get +1 damage because we're in half range from rapid fire. Okay, there's 4 damage. Okay, fair enough. Hang tight. Infiltrator on us. They can take it. Excellent. And then we got one more opportunity. That didn't do very much. Nice. Pretty good so far. And we get... Reinforcement phase. Oh, she's got more, so we gotta stick with the juice. Okay, so new people first. New people first. Engager. Nice. She's got 2 left. 2 left. Just get on the edges. New guy. Yeah, just hang tight on the destroyer. Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. She's actually targetable right now, so it's just another death mark and we should be good. So death mark and send it. Nice. High five. Excellent. Gosh, she's kind of terrifying. But holy moly, death marks are so good. I mean, they're real assassins. That's terrifying. I'm so glad that we had enough of them. Eliminate... Oh, that was short and sweet. Eliminate Prime Hermeticon Captrix. I'm assuming we've got to go through all of their versions of the Lords, just as they would have to go through our versions of the Lords if you play as Adeptus Mechanicus, I assume. Dynastic Awakening point, 1 Eminence point, Living Metal, and we get a new command protocol. It's awesome. Yeah, you halting her movement was key. She couldn't move out of range. That's amazing. That's amazing. Well, oh boy. All right, so we're going a little bit long, but let's just take a look at the rewards, get the points applied, and then we're going to wrap this up. That was a good... I think that's a good one to end on. Thank goodness. little bit of a test, but at least the bunnies barely passed it. They still passed it, and I don't think we had to spend any extra living metal.
Underlings dragged its carcass from the field, and the royal guard returned in triumph. With the tech priest no longer a factor, The human forces had lost access to one of their most valuable minds.
How unfortunate.
Their average intelligence was thus devolved towards the dismal human norm.
Oh, that's so sad.
Our strength is best used when it reaps those who stand most firmly against our rightful dominion. Yet for every head we scythe from their ranks, another 2 humans squabble and clamber to replace them.
It's like fighting the Necron.
The Royal Guard must stand ready for further executions.
Okay, so good start. Wiped out one of the tech priests.
Guard Nefshar, just the functionary. The war for Kivroth proceeds with glacial slowness. The invader mocks us with its continued presence on our world. Only the enlightened application of superior Necron wisdom will break this deadlock.
I stand ready to do what the court requires of me,
Of course. And I have already developed plans to utilize your obedient service. As Sankhotep's ill-conceived assault demonstrated, we do not have sufficient understanding of Ex Veritas, the principal human settlement.
We already took the settlement.
Fortunately, I have developed a form of specialized scanner.
Oh, that doesn't sound good. There was a big guy with an axe that multiplies his attack, a priest that can make everyone invulnerable, or sniper you with a giant cannon, one that connects everyone wireless. And he connects wireless? That's awesome. They got Wi-Fi. I mean, it makes sense. It's the Adeptus Mechanicus. Hey, Mithras, good to see you. High five.
A scarab, the lowest form of construct.
And one I have transformed into a perfect weapon. These scarabs will spread through Ex Veritas, relaying all I need to build
They're
a
scouts.
map of the human lair. To avoid detection, they must begin from the city's lowest
They sound like
point.
Roombas.
I would have your royal guard release these scarabs at my chosen location.
So basically, Jebka has turned all of the scarabs into Necron Roombas, and then he said, you know what? I want you to release them so they can keep Ex Veritas' streets really clean.
If it be the will of the court, Grand Vizier, I shall dispatch the most suitable units from my royal guard to see it done.
Basically, my scarabs.
It is indeed the court's will. More importantly, it is mine.
Oh, this guy's such a jerk. All right, well, how are we doing? Release a hive of specialized scarabs in Ex Veritas for Grand Vizier's Jebka's research. So Amoka's actually not available. Interesting, because so how do we do a critical path mission and move forward if all of us are employed right now? Can I unassign something? Because that's not good. There's continue, actually legit. Did I just assign everybody? Okay, I can unassign some people, thank goodness. So if we take a look at our potential upgrades and stuff like that, we got another point. We can give it Gauss Specialist for Phacon. Necron Warrior's weapons in the Lord's Court gain +1 range. Eventually get to Command Protocol, or we can get Unlock Focus for himself. Let's just get Defense for now, and then we'll go from there. Not bad. You'll have to unassign it. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Well, not too bad. We made a lot of progress. This is insane. That was scary. Kind of interesting to see another boss battle. Oh yeah, we got an Awakening point. I guess we don't have access to the East here yet. Is that right? Deathless, Legion, Dynastic, Dominion. Maybe I have to unlock this one first, and then I can push over to the East. Allow one Dominion level to be locked at the start of a mission. I'm assuming that's a prerequisite. So let's grab it so that we can actually start to get the regeneration. And there it is. And we've actually put 1 point towards tier 3. That's awesome, because as soon as we clear that, we'll be at tier 4 and we can access those special combos with unlimited attacks of opportunity and aggressive defense, stuff like that. So really, really nice stuff. Well, bunnies, thanks so much for hanging out with me. I realized it went a little bit long, so thank you for your patience. It's starting to develop and get kind of gnarly. Obviously, we started the attack on the Forge City, and I was not ready, so it took a couple of attempts, and now we're fighting against proper bosses that have quite overloaded kits, let's say. It's almost like fighting against myself, which is... I don't like that kind of equity. But it's a lot of fun. So hopefully you're enjoying this one. Next time we'll be streaming is tomorrow at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Same bun time, same bun channel. We'll be back again with Mechanicus II and pick up right where we leave off here. And then we will continue on Thursday, just as a reminder, with a preview of the new, I guess, Necron Trazen, the Infinite Focus DLC. With Rogue Trader, we'll just be taking a glance at it as a preview for the Bunny League. So that'll be a lot of fun. If you want to hang out until the end of the music, we'll go and give someone a nice raid. I had a total blast. I hope you did as well, and I can't wait to get into the next one with you. Have a wonderful, wonderful night.